Valentine's Day, DAYngerZone live. Let's hit it. We got a good show in store for all you singles out there, all you married who aren't going out tonight. Hey, come here tonight. You can go out tomorrow, right? That's what I'm doing. Let's go.
I love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. Jets, 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 Jets.
We can't all be beautiful.
You're in the danger zone.
What's up, Murph? How you doing?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful on this Feel Good Friday, this Valentine or no Valentine Day. Uh, it's all hearts. Yeah, it's all love. It's all love for everybody in the chat. It's all love for you, Dane. I always have a great time with you on Fridays, just BS and talking a little football. Our guy Scott, yeah, I got a little crown in here. Yep. Um, man, I'm just excited to sit around and hang out and talk a little ball, man.
Facts, dude, facts. And the fan base, shocker, right? They are all over the place this week because, big news, big jet news again this week. It never ends, but you know what? It keeps the lights on. We got to admit that. But yeah, we got some clarity to the future of this organization as far as roster construction goes. You guys know we've moved on from Aaron Rodgers. So, thoughts on that, Murph? I mean, you don't have to air out everything, but just like surface level thoughts on the Jets saying, you know what, Aaron, we're good.
We lost the love of our lives, guys. No. So I don't know if you've ever been gotten into a relationship where like you were like really excited at first because you're like, man, this person just has it all. Like I can see myself like lasting a long time with this person, maybe ever or something like that. And and you guys you try it out and things seem good at first or whatever, and then boom, there's some disappointment, and you're like, we can work through it or whatever. And then, a little while later, then, you're grinding along. You're just realizing that there's more and more red flags popping up. There's just more problems back and forth. And then you just realize that it wasn't what you thought it was going to be. Right. Well, that's what Aaron Rodgers was to us. We were super excited for this. Everybody was so excited, right? We thought that was our guy, that was our Valentine. That was the one that was going to bring us another championship, right? We're going to put a ring on it. So to say. Well, That didn't happen. He came up short. Hell, I guess the Jets, if we're going to call us we came up short. It just didn't work out. You know, and so now we're just moving on. We're jumping back into the quarterback pool or the dating pool, so to say, and
Back
it's
to the
going to be
well.
interesting. But it is nice to have the clarity. Let's say you got your yeah, you got your clarity and you know where you're heading from now, right? So
And you know what? Like, a new regime coming in, like it makes sense, man. I think most people that have appeared on this channel in the last couple months, yourself, me included, like we could justify ways of having him back. Most of us wanted it to be obviously like extremely cheap because honestly, the only way you could justify that is like if he wanted to end on a better note. You know what? Come on back. We're not going to be like Super Bowl, caliber team, but like if you need us and we need you, we can do this one more time, but it's going to be dirt cheap, all that. You know what? Just screw it, man. Let's just move on. New regime. A lot of people though out there, man, they're still they're still butthurt about the fact that we are moving on from him. So I made it the show title, man. If you love Aaron Rodgers, let him go. Um, Also, what better night to chop it up? We're talking about Valentine's Day, love. Let him go, man. If he does want to go out on a better note than he just had, he should try it on a different franchise. Maybe one that doesn't have 25 holes. Like, let's face it, we need way more than just him. Way more. And I know you mentioned you want to, at some point, touch on our O line. Like, that might be the strongest part of our team. After that, man, there are so many new players we're gonna have coming in that like his best case scenario if he came back for us is we're going 9-8, barely above 500. And for what? For us to just restart again the year after? Like, let's just, I don't know. Help me out. I'm rambling. Um,
yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. It's like sometimes you just got to take the heartbreak now, so you can heal and move forward and maybe find the right future for yourself later, right? Uh, so it's we knew that he wasn't our forever. We knew that he wasn't always going to be our Valentine. At best, another year or two, and who's to say that it was going to be wasn't going to be a toxic relationship, right? Who's to say that? So I don't know. I don't have any hatred in my heart for Aaron, right? Um, I love how he spoke when he came to us. I love how he represented the Jets, right? He did put his body out there. Like it says, everything you've given the past 2 years, he put his body out there. I mean, he tore his Achilles, he took a lot of hits. Um, Even taking off running this past year, he trying to lower his shoulder and shit. He's 40 years old trying to do that. So you can't take the guy's heart from him, right? But it didn't work out, man. We weren't ready. He wasn't what he used to be, and sometimes it's better to just kind of hit the refresh button, right? So
Facts.
maybe this is our healing year.
And you know what? I think most people that they wanted him back, I just feel like it was more so to end the drought. But like that short term outlook, yeah, okay. Are we going to be better in 2025 having him rather than sending him away? Yes, I think so. However, the saying goes, you rob from Peter to pay Paul. In my opinion, bringing him back would have robbed from 2027 to pay 2025. Literally, because we would have him back in 2025, but you know how much of his dead money we would be paying in 2025?
Yeah.
Which means it would be sprinkled over 2026 and mainly 2027. Now sending him away, it's 2025, 2026. 2027 will owe him that. So I'd rather have 2027 free and clear if it means 2025 is going to be how much worse is it going to be? Not even a lot, but like the point is the benefits of keeping him would not outweigh the detriments of spreading that dead cap, kicking it further down the road.
It doesn't make sense to propose, guys. Doesn't make sense to propose. He's we've seen enough to where we know he's not our forever. So
Yeah. You know what? If only
getting these Valentine zingers all night, buddy. So you better just get used to it.
Speaking of Valentine's zingers, we got Cupid up above for y'all. We got our red and pink. It's kicking. You know what? Murph's got the outfit on. He's ready to go. I have one, but I wanted to get done with the Aaron Rodgers talk before I go to it. So at some point, you'll see me have a wardrobe change. We'll get there, but for now, I want to say hi to the chat, man. We got some studs in here already. I'm sure you noticed, Murph. Sean right away, right off the bat. Love seeing him.
Absolutely.
Scott, man, what he's a trooper. We may see him tonight. We may not. We'll see.
We'll see if that whiskey starts kicking in. He feels a little froggy.
Facts. Wild Wave, he's down there. He's cooking with us, man, over this Rodgers stuff. Like, dude, at some point, like, we get it. The drought is 14 years. And who in the hell is going to sign up for it to be 15? But if it means you're going to be better, like more sustained and foundation, like in order to have real success, it's time to get the Joe Douglas dead money dead and gone, as T.I. would say. Dead and gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's an excellent song. We don't need to be buying a house with Aaron Rodgers, okay? Like us moving into that apartment with him temporarily was enough as it was. We're past it. We're in our healing phase. This is our healing year, right?
Yeah.
And then the year after, we're going to be nice and healed. We're going to be ready for our next relationship.
One thing I do want to point out, though, is after Jay Glazer dropped that nugget, Quinnen Williams, I think arguably our top player on the entire team, at least the highest paid player on the team, he had some words about the news that Aaron Rodgers would be moving on. His retweet, which he didn't need to say publicly, was another rebuild year for me, I guess. Eye roll. Thoughts on this tweet, Murph? And I mean, does it not smack of immaturity?
Pressing the send button does. Him having those thoughts doesn't. You know, if you put yourself in his shoes, he's a talented player. He knows it. I know it. You know it. The rest of the Jets fan base knows it. The rest of the league knows it. He's a talented player. He deserves to be on a team that's competing, right? I think so. I want it to be the Jets, though, right? So he could have taken the C.J. Mosley approach and say, you know what, I'm going to be part of this rebuild and we're going to turn it around, you know. But, you know, I can understand him being upset. A lot of guys liked Aaron, man. That's the thing. A lot of guys did like Aaron, so they're going to be a little hurt about it. And I get it. But yeah, him pressing send on that tweet, I can understand typing it down. But him actually pressing send, that was a little immature. He should have held it back and kept his thoughts to himself. Maybe texted his buddies or something, tweeting it out. It was a little immature, but
Yeah.
Quinnen is allowed a little bit of grace with that because he's been a graceful person, right? He's been somebody that's always said the right things. He's wooed us, been our Valentine for years now. So I think Quinnen deserves a little mulligan there, but
Fair.
yeah,
Well,
it was a little immature. I hate to see it.
Somebody or himself saw the error in his judgment there, and he deactivated his account shortly after. But you know how that goes, man. It only takes a split second because
He
most of us,
deactivated his account.
he did.
He just went full bore and just said, "You know what? Screw this Twitter shit."
Yep.
All right.
I imagine it is probably because of the replies that came after he hit send, but I don't know. It could have been a phone call from the Jets PR team. I don't know, but I think this kind of stuff, this kind of stuff will be more alarming to me if it happens after the draft next spring. I really do think that Aaron Glenn is going to iron this social media bullshit out. Let me just say that. I think he is. Even sources around the league who know Aaron Glenn say he's not going to put up with this kind of shit. So I appreciate that. I hope that's the case because as hungry as we are for this kind of tweet, that means like you guys should be doubly sure before you hit send. You're not in Wyoming tweeting for the Wyoming whatever,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I do dislike social media. Like I love players that don't have social media, even if they had it in their past and then like as soon as they hit the NFL, they delete it. Like there's been cases of guys doing that. I have mad respect for that because like I don't know if I'm in that position if I'm not going to pop off at the mouth at some point. Like we all get upset. We let our feelings get the best of us sometimes, I yeah, I'm not a fan of the social media stuff and a lot of our players have it, Luckily, we haven't had too many issues with guys like Quinnen and stuff like that, Quincy, like DJ Reed was pretty good all the way up until right at the end. I saw that. We're football nerds, of course. That's why you love us. That's why
We got dates, but they're tomorrow night, brother. Like you're crazy if you go out on Halloween on Valentine's, man. Because for one, your reservations are going to take 2 hours to, what I mean. For two, places are going to be sold out. So like, I spoke to my lady, and I'm like, can we do Saturday? And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of self-serving because we have a Friday show, but at least we have a run of any place in town on Saturday,
Yeah, and all the guys, all the chocolates and things are like half off tomorrow. So just saying.
Facts.
Saying. Tell her you had to work late today. Make up an excuse, and then hit her tomorrow with that half off shit. Just don't tell her that.
Rich in the house, man. Yeah, we are at 378 subscribers, man. We need 122 for my goal of 500. Let's get there, man. Let's get there.
Absolutely. Hey, and we appreciate all you guys that have already subscribed and you come in the chats and you chat it up. You give us questions, talking points. You tell us we're friggin' idiots when we say something you don't like, or you tell us like you guys know what you're talking about whenever we say something you do like. I get that a lot, but Dane, it's okay, dude. You'll get that too sometimes.
Yep.
And we appreciate you guys is what we want to say. And we appreciate you coming and spending Valentine's Day with us. All love in the chat, all love on the show today.
Facts. Greg Rollo, you're lying, man. We love you, brother. We love you. He said, Fire Marshal Bill said, let me show you something. I like that reference. Sean, everything is booked in town, has been since yesterday. Yes, dude. It's not that we're just sitting here, just lame, bro. It's just we're smart about it. So, yeah, what Tyson said was right. We are nerds.
I'm lame. He's not. He's got a woman, but I broke up with mine like a week and a half ago, so I'm lame.
That's when you ask her back out next week, right? Dude, I do have some screenshots here I wanted to show you, man. Let me get this one right off my plate right now. I want to ask you about this, whether you saw it, yes, but also, let me read it to you. Some Jets bookkeeping today. Brees Hall and Michael Clemens will qualify for proven performance escalator raises. That means that Hall's base salary will more than double and Michael Clemens will triple. Players, blah, blah, blah. We know that. But do you foresee this coming into play? Like, is this just kudos to them? They get a raise next year. Can you see any ripple effects for this happening? And what might they be?
Well, I hope that this leads to just having more reason to get rid of Michael Clemens, right? I loved the enigma that he was, right? In the beginning, it was fun, right? And some people gave him shit over the baseball bat and the shirtless in the beginning of the season. I thought it was awesome. I thought it was cool. But at the same time, if you're going to do those things, you really have to back it up, man. And he just looks lost out there sometimes. The hand usage, how boxy he is, he's not agile, and if you're going to be a big, strong guy, at least be able to fill the gaps, right? At least be able to stop the run. And he just wasn't good at really any of that stuff. Yeah, he played with his hair on fire. He wanted to beat everybody up in his path, and I appreciate that mindset, but that mindset only gets you so far, right? So hopefully that's just all the more reason for them to deuce out on Clemens.
And before you get to Brees, let me chirp in on Clemens. There are people asking Clemens, how the hell did he get a raise? Well, it's got to be playing time. It's got to be percentage of snaps, and that because that's the only metric that he was good at. Quote, So yeah, like I'm with Murph. Like 985,000. Maybe Aaron Glenn doesn't flip on all the tape and can maybe he just says for $1,000,000, sure, you played 70% of the snaps last year, let's keep you for $1,000,000. That's one less hole. Now with 3.3 million, get the out, because we can find three of you for 3.3 million. So yeah, I'm with Murph. Hopefully this triples the odds are that we shoot him directly into the damn sun. What do you think about Brees?
Yeah, so Brees, we're talking about still 3.3 million for a weapon. Like, he's a solid weapon, right? Like, there's no complaints from my end. I think he's played well enough to earn 3.3 million in a year. Has he still disappointed though compared to what we thought he was? Yeah. To be frank, there's still a lot of guys out there like, oh yeah, Brees is the best back in the league. I would temper my I might have been saying that a year or two ago. At this point, the seasons are stacking up and it's not looking that way, man. He's last year he looked worse than he did any of the first 2 years. So I don't know. You want to get into that a little bit? I know you have a strong opinion on that, Dane. What do you think about Brees Hall? Do you think that we need to start looking elsewhere, maybe to develop a guy, maybe trade him, draft a different guy? What are you thinking?
You know what? So apparently, and hopefully my sound's okay.
Good now.
Okay. I'm not high on Brees at all. And we'll get into that all off season, I'm sure, at least up until the draft, because I'm telling you what, if someone picks up the phone and calls and offers me even a third round pick, I'm taking it for Brees Hall. The I think the smartest move for the Jets, though, is to play the hell out of him the first 6 games of 2025. Use him more as a outside the tackles gadget, showcase him, and then come Halloween, he's like we talked about, man. We're a little ways away from competing, and we need capital for 2026 draft. I'm watching 2026 so like a hawk, man, because that is going to be stacked with quarterbacks compared to this year. Long story short, man, Brees was healthy this year and was worse than he was at the end of 2023, in my opinion. Joe Blewett, a guy whose opinion we highly respect on this channel, has whole 20-minute streams just showing how bad he was at the beginning of 2024.
Yeah.
Did he get a little better down the stretch? Yes, but so did the run blocking. So did the pieces around. So, like, I don't know, man. I was hoping he was a top 10 running back last year. He was nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. And he's going to walk for nothing if we keep him past Halloween. So, short of him saying, hey, I'll take half price to stay here 3 more years, which I don't think he'll do, I would be trying to deal him. And if you can't during the draft, then I would in October when he hopefully is playing better, but not good enough to carry us. And like I said, we'll get into why I think that more, but like the point is, I not only want to parlay Brees for a pick, but I also want to slide at pick 7 because I think we need more capital in this year, and I think we need more capital next year. So, thankfully, we have a few months to get into the nitty gritty of all that. But I mean, hey, you keep him. He's worth $3.3 million. It's just I'm thinking big picture, and I'm thinking what I didn't see in 2024 that I expected to. Yeah, I don't know, man. Plus, he's not like, I don't know. He's not he's not a choir boy on social media either. So we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah. I will say the one thing I do agree with you on is if he's playing this year, him and all of our running backs, I think we need to be a run heavy team next year, and we need to just pound the ball. Unless we somehow have a superstar quarterback in our behind center, I think we need to really rely on the run this year. I think we have a line that could be developing into one of the better ones in the NFL next year. So why not use it, man? Now dealing him now and dealing him for like a third and stuff, I don't know. Maybe it felt a little spicy to me when you said it, but maybe if I think about it a little more, it might make sense.
You know what? If he looks great in September, maybe you get more than that. But
well, but that's the problem, though, is the fact that he did have a down year last year. I'll admit that just as well as you will. And so, will we even get a third for him? I don't know, man. I mean, probably. I would think so. But for me, I'm leaning more towards you got Aaron Glenn here. Let's try to follow that Lions way of doing things and have your Sonic and Knuckles. And like you said, we need to use Brees a little bit more outside, use him on the screens and maybe slants and, get him in space and let him work like Sonic, and then let Braylon be our Knuckles and have him, hitting the holes, hitting the interior of the line, A gap, B gap, things like that. And I think it could work out okay. I think so. But I can definitely understand the frustration with Brees. But for $3.3 million, I ain't got to complain about keeping him.
yeah, and hey, like I said, he doubles his salary. That's not a big deal because it was so low to begin with. I kind of wish we had that 5th-year option on him. I'm not gonna lie. I think that would change my take even.
Yeah.
If 2 more years, that's way different. But But yeah, we'll see how that shakes out, especially the Clemens bit. Um, I tell you what, man, Glenn and Muji would get massive kudos from me if they send Clemens to the sun.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, to put it lightly, Dane, send him to the sun. Um, yeah, Clemens has got to go, and I would assume he goes. You have a new coaching staff. You have a lot of new front office. You have a lot of new guys in there. They're going to want to get their guys in here. They're not going to pay 3.3 million to an underperforming player. They're not going to, you know what I mean? Like a lot of those Clemens type players, I would hope is gone, and I'm praying that Xavier Gibson is one of them as well.
Yeah, you know what? I did hear Rich Samini talking on a Twitter space this week, and he wasn't reporting. This is just his opinion, probably just as a fan like us, because he has no sources right now, I'm sure. But he said it was his opinion that Gibson is around a little bit longer because he's a young, talented player. Uh, he's a young, talented player that's cheap, but yeah, I don't know, man. I don't see the talent. I don't until he's already got the ball and already in open space. But like, so is anyone talented, in that scenario.
Yeah. Xavier Gibson should not be our Valentine, guys. He should have been our one night stand, and that one night was week one Buffalo last year. And then send him gone, dude. After that, don't text him back. No more.
And don't get me wrong, Tyson. I see your comment here. We do need all that, but we drafted two running backs last year. And here's the key, though. I want to then use the draft pick to get something else. I'm not just going to sit on that pick, or that's a pick that I add to my first next year to get a quarterback. Like I'm not just going to cut him. Cutting him is different. But honestly, like if you do get rid of Brees, do we have a hole? In your opinion, do we have a hole at running back if we trade Brees today?
I think so a little bit. Like I think you have to get another. You don't have to get another starter caliber player, but you have to get another guy that can make something with the touches he gets, like a DeAndre Swift type player. You know what I mean? Like somebody that, like, he's not going to be your lead guy or whatever, but he's somebody that you can give the ball to 8 times a game or something and actually get a little production out of him. So I don't, because you could do a running back by committee, it would be fine, but I think
It,
it gives you a little bit of a hole, but not as big of a hole as you would think. Um, I wanted to say, guys, the thing the thing about Dane is Dane hates to lose assets for nothing.
I do.
So the fact that he considers Brees as an asset doesn't mean that he's like a complete Brees hater or something like that. But I know Dane at this point. We've been doing this show for a long time. Dane is a big fan out of getting something out of somebody before they're gone.
Yes.
So, and
I
it
mean,
makes
we all saw Bryce Huff, man. But not only that, like for one, I mean, you got to have your own opinions. That's mine, and I'm not saying that if you're not with me, you're crazy either. I know it's a mildly hot take, but also like, do we really think we're going to keep everybody? Like, I feel like dealing Brees for picks is like the least invasive move out of everybody that is retainable. I want to keep Quinnen. I want to keep Garrett. I want to keep Sauce. I want to keep AVT. And a lot of, a lot of people want to make him play this year out. Like, I want to keep all them guys. That's where I'm like, okay, Gary Glenn and Mucci need assets because they're implementing a new system. They need their kind of guys. How do you create picks? I do. I want to slide at 7. That's why I want to trade a guy like Brees. That's why it's not just for fun, or it's I guess you maybe get a comp pick if he walks, but like let me show you guys something. Hold on. See if I can bring this up. here are our picks. I really hate that after we pick at 42, bro, you just go to bed like it's going to be 4 hours before we pick at 92.
Yeah.
I don't want that to stay like that. I want either whether you're sliding at 7 or you're sliding at 42, we need to get something else. Want one more top 100 pick. That's what I'm trying to create. Do you think I'm overthinking? Like, where are you at with this? Is this okay to you? Because obviously we had a third, which we traded for Reddick, and this is our third from our fourth last year that we converted with Detroit. Yeah. Do you care that you have to wait 50 picks?
That's a long time. And honestly, I'm shocked that we even have a third rounder because it felt like we were throwing them all away last season, you know. So the fact that we even have one's kind of nice, but that 42 to fit or 42 to 92 is it's a big jump. But I'm going to touch on what Tyson is saying. Who's the running back in the third that would replace him? If our good buddy Dom's in here, he could probably give you a whole list. But I know of two guys right off the bat that I would love. Ollie Gordon would be excellent. And what's his name? Scatabo or Scatibo or something like that. Cam's, yeah. I think he'll be I think he's an excellent prospect as well. There's a lot of good talent in the later rounds for running back. Hell, even your Oregon running back, James, was it Jordan James?
I like him.
Be a sneaky Sonic option, right? You know, so there's plenty of options, man.
And if you used him right last year, I'm not even having this conversation. It's just I'm starting to doubt that anyone can use him right because, like, to me, you just don't run him in the A gaps. Run him off tackle, use him as a gadget, run him out of the slot, like do all this creative stuff with him. And we just, for 3 years, we haven't seen it. So, that's where, like you said, I'm trying to get ahead of it. And yeah, I don't know. I didn't want to make that my hot take of the night, but like I know people are blasting me, but hey, man,
hey, you put it out there. We sold Tyson. He loves Camp Scooby Doo, so it's okay.
You guys are killing it in the chat. Sorry, I'm behind.
Yeah, we got Adirondack in here now too. Random Man. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Of course, Murdog popping in too. That's great. That's my guy. So yeah, away from the Brees talk, I think we've touched on that enough, and we'll have plenty of time to talk it over because maybe something will happen around draft time. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just saying, guys, if it does happen, don't be scared. Plenty of talent in this draft. If you want to learn more about the running backs coming up in the draft, Project Prospect with Dom C. Our good buddy Dom, he'll be on with us here in a few weeks, 4 or 5
sir.
Yeah, something like that. So I'm really excited for that show, but check out his channel. I'm sure he's got some good breakdowns and stuff on running backs and things like that. The thing I want to touch on, and are you down with getting into this one now? Okay. I've seen a lot of chatter, and a lot of it popped up with the whenever Aaron is gone thing. Instantly, I'm seeing people be like, well, what could he do? His offensive, he was getting beat up all the time. His offensive line was terrible, this and that. Where is this coming from, guys? Like, I understand the first few weeks or so of the season when Tyron Smith was in there, it was rough. It was. I'll give it to you. The offensive line was not looking good, and a lot of it was because of him. Towards the end of the season, our offensive line was playing like a top 10 unit, guys. I'm sorry. You look up we were looking up, and I don't have it memorized off the top of my head, but what did PFF have us 13th? Was that right?
Yeah. I think it was 12th in run blocking, 15th in pass blocking. So like right in there.
Yeah. So I think it was 13th overall. So I don't know. And PFF isn't everything. Trust me, guys. I know that they botch a lot of stuff, but that's just to give you guys an idea that there are people that see past the early weeks and where he did get hit a lot, and there was things just weren't clicking early in the season on the offensive line. Um, this offensive line is not as bad as people were making it out to be, and I just want to put my foot down on that. Like, that's one thing that we have to be excited about, and that's something you touched on early, Day, and that's something that we don't have to put a lot into right now, right? Maybe a little depth and a right tackle, right? And I'm of the mind of bringing Morgan Moses back. You know, he's not going to be that expensive. You know, he wasn't a top 20 tackle in the league, but he was solid. I think he was solid enough. He's a smart player. He's a good guy. If you do draft some depth at tackle, right? You bring you bring in Moses to show him the ropes, right? Like I think that's an excellent idea because Olu's still a little young. You know, he don't. I mean, of course, he can show him some things, but you want to have that veteran presence at tackle. I think it's an excellent idea to bring him back, and I think if you do, then we're going to have a top 12 unit next year.
Yeah. And like you said, retaining Moses is awesome just for like him imparting the knowledge he has, but also like his tenacity and his like ferociousness is that something I think that rookies do need to see. But also, how often is it that our two starting tackles stay healthy for 17 games? Like,
Yeah.
having three is like minimum for Jets. So yes, keep Moses. And
And he's a guy that, like, even if he's dinged up, he will play. And he'll play his ass off and do his best. You know what I mean? Like, that's the type of guy. That's a culture guy, guys. Like, he's the type of guy that you want your young offensive lineman looking up to. Like, if he does it that way, then I need to do it that way. You know, I'm not going to sit out just because I got an ankle bruise. Like, I'm going to tape that bitch up and I'm going to get out there. Like, I think that it would be an excellent idea to bring Moses back. But I don't know.
well,
What do you guys think? Do you think that our offensive line is booty cheeks? Do you think it's below average? Do you think it's good? Yeah, I want to hear. I want to hear from you guys on that because it's something I saw a lot on some socials and stuff, and it was really getting to me. I was like, where are we getting at? Like, we're trying to make excuses for Aaron, right? And Aaron didn't have a terrible year last year, but it wasn't Aaron Rodgers. Like, it wasn't his prime, by any means. And there were games where he held us back. Some people aren't going to want to hear that, but that's the truth. Like, he was more of a net neutral than a net positive, guys. I mean, as far as
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
concerned.
My thing is like I think a lot of people saw the O line play in the first quarter of the season and they made up their minds. But like that first 6 games versus the last 6, two different things. And Scott said it earlier, man. Like once we got Tyron Smith the hell out of the game, everybody got better. And that's, dude, you can't understate that. I mean, AVT also took a little bit of time to really gel. But O lines do. I mean, 4 out of 5 guys I think weren't starting at the end of the year before, so like it takes time. But to Murph's point, like the second half of the season, this was a decent unit, and when Aaron had time, the offense clicked. One could say. But also, like the longer they're together, the better they'll be.
That's another
And
point. Continuity.
that's why you bring back Moses, if not just to have like, if not him just being good in his own right, but like for the continuity. Hey, put him next to. If you get rid of him, then you're either drafting a tackle to start on day one, or you're drafting a guard and you're asking AVT to kick out the tackle, or you're paying one in free agency and we don't have money to do that. Like, so why not just bring back Morgan Moses? I mean, he's 31, 32. Not going to cost a lot. He's already here. Like, let's do it. And maybe if they look good all year and you have a rookie right tackle behind Morgan Moses all year. The next year, when you see Tippmann have an all pro in 2025 and you see Olu being a beast, maybe a quarterback wants to come here in 2026. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you have a good foundation, and something to think about too is like they're going to be learning a new system this year. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, this is Engstrand's first year as a OC, so I'm not sure exactly what he plans to implement, how much gap he plans to run, how much zone he plans to. Is he going to go wide zone running scheme? Oh, I don't know yet, but regardless, it's a new system, it's new terminology and everything. So I think on when it's like that, it's even more important to have continuity because those guys know each other and they're all learning it together. And they're comfortable with bouncing things off of each other. And when you have a vet like Morgan Moses who's done it all, I mean, they ran a lot of gap with Baltimore Ravens, right? And he's run a lot of zone with us previously, and the guy is very familiar with different concepts. So I think it's a no-brainer, to be honest with you. So I don't know.
You know what? And not only that, like Jerry's right, like it was the continuity, the gelling, but also like they got good despite Keith Carter. Like they were just good. So like now with a decent O-line coach, who knows what they could be? Who does? And there's a lot of you asked the chat how they're feeling. There's a lot of good talk about Moses for sure. Some people, some varying opinions on our run blocking. I'll put it that way. But you know what? Maybe the run blocking was fine. Maybe just Brees sucked. No. Sorry.
I mean, there's plenty of clips of him running into defenders and just falling forward into defenders and stuff. So I'm sorry, unless I see him actually like trying to,
Yeah.
I don't know, juke or spin or something,
Where did his
So I
wiggle?
see that, consistently from him. I can't say that our run blocking was that bad. And Moses has a good track record of run blocking. Whenever he was with Baltimore, they had one of the best running units in the league for both the year, or was he there 2 years? Anyway, when the whole time he was there, they were always like top 5 in running.
Yeah.
I think DB was in here, and appreciate you, DB. What's up, dude? He was in here saying that talking about like he's not a long-term solution and stuff like that. And I just wanted to clarify, like, when I'm talking about bringing Moses back, I'm talking just like a year, maybe 2. And if you sign him to a 2-year deal, likely like the plan would be to bring somebody in, maybe like a 5th rounder with a lot of talent or whatever, but needs to smooth the edges out and kind of learn what it's like to be in the NFL. Let him kind of show them the ropes and stuff, and then they can battle it out the next year. And may the best man win the starting position. But 1 or 2 years, I'm not talking about a 4 or 5 year deal here. The dude's like 36, so
Right. Facts. Brees did miss some holes. Scott said, yes, indeed. He followed that up with Johnny never misses one. Yeah, agreed. Uh, we're talking gap integrity here in the danger zone on Valentine's Day, folks. Grab a beer, grab a seat, hit the like.
Johnny's shooting percentage is just out of this world.
Second to
Johnny
none.
Curry. Yeah. Johnny
From
Curry.
downtown.
Yeah, from half court.
Funny shit.
I thought more people would bite back on me on the offensive line, but I feel like most people kind of agree with me, at least somewhat. Maybe it's just the casuals I was seeing on socials that were really hating on the offensive line.
You know
or
what?
maybe I just so eloquently put my point across and they understood it.
You know what? Like, I think also we're just used to having, I mean, bro, 2022 and 2023, like, how did that not scar us as far as O lines go? Like tackles, would we go like 11 tackles deep the 1 year? Like, it was so bad. So I don't know. Maybe we just can't recognize good O-line play when we see it right now, but maybe now we can. Maybe that reset our palate.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so, man. The thing that bothers me though is like I see like good teams have injuries on their offensive line and they still produce, and I just don't understand. Like they just have to have excellent coaching. I don't know.
You know what helps too is and the jet stream mentioned it. He said, I don't want to take a tackle at 7. I don't even think that there's a tackle worth taking at 7 because the one guy up there, it's hey, we got some company. um, the one guy up there, a lot of people are saying has too short of arms. He would project better as a guard, but like my point is what those other teams do better than us is they draft depth on day 2 and 3 that actually succeeds. Maybe where's Carter Warren? Where's his development? I haven't seen it. Where's Max Mitchell? Like these guys have gotten no better since year 1.
Yeah,
But you know what? Without
much
further
worse.
ado, yeah, worse,
Crazy.
worse.
And
Dude,
before you jump into the whole getter himself, I do want to say I know this was a few years ago or whatever, but I think that firing John Bitton was a stupid idea. I think that he was actually a good, not Callahan level, but like a good O line coach. And like when we had injuries, whenever he was our coach, we still had a decent overall offensive line. I thought when we fired him, it was a stupid move. Thought John Benton was a good coach.
I'm with you, brother. Like I said, I don't know if we just can recognize talent, but hey, brand new regime. We'll see. We'll see. And you know what else we'll see? We will see a third party in the danger zone. Hey, if you're watching, smack that like button, hit the subscribe button, because we're bringing some spice on the air right now, folks, with none other than Jets Worldwide, wide. Johnny boy.
What's going on, guys? How you guys holding up, man?
Are you the Pope or something? What the hell is that?
I like that hoodie.
You first popped up. I'm like, damn, we got the Pope up in here.
You know it, man. Nah, I got my this light. It's really like bright
Is that like
and whatnot.
is that cream colored hoodie? What is that?
Nah, I think it's green.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Fair.
So,
Like a light
green,
lima.
pale
Yeah.
green.
I don't know. My wifey got it for me. You guys know I'm colorblind, man. So
Did you say lima?
I said I said light lima bean.
Lima. I was born in Lima, Ohio.
what's going on, guys, man? Hey, happy Valentine's Day.
What's up, brother? How was your Valentine's Day? Did you and the wifey do anything, or were you having kids hanging all over you all day?
Murph, like we was talking the other day, bro, you already know, man. It's like
Yeah.
we was talking to each other earlier today, and we were like, man, hasn't it changed so much on how Valentine's Day looks? And I'm like, we got kids, but she still got me a little bit of a card in my little desk, so it's shout out to the wifey.
Hell yeah.
And whatnot.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate it, so that just means I gotta,
Dude, just some
work
effort
later.
Whenever you're busy, dude, and you have kids and you just life is hectic and stuff like that, the smallest amount of effort means so much, man. It really does,
It does. 100%.
And another thing, like, I mean, you've been married for a while, so you probably know, but like you still like no matter how hectic it is, like you got to figure out a way to sometimes make time for each other,
Yeah,
And
we're gonna
yourself.
go see. We're gonna go see
too,
the. 100%, man. Agreed. Sometimes I'll call the boys, and she's cool with it. She's like, "No, I know. Like you're constantly like in daddy mode and work mode and doing your stuff, So I got a good one, As much as I break her balls
like
and stuff like that in regards to that, but she deals with my crazy ass, So, but
a lot more.
hey, doesn't Zach Zinter and Frazier and all these cats that we were pounding the table for sound a little bit more nicer right now. And we
They
kept
do.
saying they're not going to be for right now. You know, you could put them there, let them get okay, and then play. And I'm on the same boat with you guys. I want Moses back. I know
Yeah.
that he's a locker room guy, right? If we get somebody in the later rounds that could potentially come in and learn from him, why not? You know, I mean, I'm with it, man. Like, I know a lot of people are upset right now with the Jets. I mean, it's our fan base and it is what it is, but I'm actually like trying to be excited. I'm not trying to put any kind of expectations out there. I'm not here saying 14 wins all over again or anything like that at all. But I just think when you don't expect a lot from a team, we're not talking about no more Super Bowl playoff stuff, that added pressure that's been on there. We probably not going to get a lot of primetime games anymore because of, you know, he's not here no more with us, unfortunately. And I, hey man, that might be something that could help us out. But I'm excited to see this line moving forward because I think this is the first time we've had a line that's coming back together in years and
Yeah.
years and years, if I'm not
Facts.
mistaken. So it'll be intriguing, man. Bro, I love when you guys get on, man, spitting straight knowledge and stuff like that, giving me that Jets content that I need and stuff like that. You know, so me and
Stick to it.
Snowball will be back next week, but you know, taking season, so you know how that goes.
Hey,
Take a little bit of time off.
Fridays aren't the same, bro, without you right before, man. But I want to get on that Zach Zinter comment you made, bro, because like I think a lot of us forget that we didn't have a second round pick last year. We had to pay
Mm-hmm.
for Aaron Rodgers, man, and then our third round pick, fucking. What do we do with that, man? We spent it on Corley, who just rode the pine. So like, we took Olu, he didn't play, barely. I mean, he did play, but you know what I'm saying. Barely played. Second round, we paid for Rodgers. Third round, we purchased Corley, who did nothing. Like, bro, we had half a draft, not even. So, um, if it wasn't for at least one of those, we could have had Zinter. Like, do you want to see us do that this year? Do you want to see us like get some O line depth maybe after the first round or two?
I'm so torn because like now with Aaron not being here, my mind is going towards offense, right? And then kind of like because I think I believe in Glenn and what he's going to instill in his defense. Because there's going to be some guys that he's going to get the max out of them, right? Thus, him talking about, I want to get a good player to be great, a great player to be Hall of Fame, right? So I believe that stuff. And when he says those things, right? And I just, my bad. I don't know if y'all heard my little
Hey,
man
you
kid in
tell
there.
him. You
Yeah.
tell
So
him.
but I just I don't know, man. Like, but then I started thinking about, man, well, maybe a safety in the later rounds would be kind of a nice. Maybe we go defense and get one of those big guys in there, or we just go ahead and try to see who would want to jump up, and we could go back and pick up some more capital. I'm everywhere, man, because this year, it honestly for me, man, at least like last year, we kind of knew what we had to do, right, to a certain extent, and
Mhm.
we could be like, hey, we'll get maybe this, we'll get that. This year, it's just everywhere, bro. Like, there's just so many holes that we're trying to figure out. And Corley, I still think Corley's gonna be a beast if he's utilized the correct way. I just think he wasn't, man. I mean, the guys that were back there, what were they doing? So it's I mean, Murph, you've been rocking with me for forever and a day. We were there pounding the table. People were looking at us like we were nuts and stuff. Oh, not people, but other people. They're like, "Nah, I would never do that stuff like that." But we were talking about that West Virginia guy. Why
Right.
not get some of them guys from over there? So I don't know. It's oh, yo, bro, and I'm glad you
Dang,
put
did it
that on,
really come
bro.
in?
I'm glad you put that on because I don't understand why people are just writing off, Tyrod, bro. Like true story, man. I'm not lying. Like I think he could do enough to go ahead and get us some dubs, at least more than 5 wins,
bro.
if he could
It's
stay healthy.
a new era, man. I gotta take him off the wall. It's Tyrod time, baby.
Hey, I mean, I will say I don't think that there's going to be a significant drop off in quarterback play from Aaron last year to Tyrod this coming year. If he is our starter, you know, what I mean, we don't know what's exactly going to happen yet, but like if Tyrod is our guy, I mean, just look at whenever he came in, and I know it's garbage time, but still, I mean, he looked sharp out there.
Guess who he got the ball to real quick?
Garrett.
He got it right to Garrett, bro.
Yep.
That was his first 2 plays was straight to Garrett.
Yeah.
And I was like, hell yeah.
So I mean, I don't think there was a huge drop off, but Johnny, you're right, man. We were all over the Zach Frazier train. He's working out for the Steelers. He's looking good. I think he might have won like a rookie center of the year or something. I don't know, whatever. He's been doing well over there. He was never really in play for us though, where he was positioned in the draft. I think he got late first round, was it, or early second? I'm not sure, but unfortunately, that wasn't in a range that we were able to reach unless we were doing some mad trading. But the Zinter thing, I was with you on that too. I thought Zinter was a good prospect. Would have been a great developmental guy. Like he was injured, right? So he had to sit for a while anyway. So I thought Zinter would have been an excellent pickup. Hopefully, the biggest thing is development with the offensive line, right? Like we need to do what the good teams do. The good teams pick guys 4th, 5th, 6th round, and they stash them. They sit for a couple years, and like then their guy ends up getting paid like a shit ton of money. Their starter gets paid a shit ton of money to go to a different team, and then that guy just steps into the starting spot, and he's almost as good. You know, like that's what they do. Like good teams like the Rams and stuff like that. You know, the Patriots used to do it for years. I don't know. We have to learn how to develop these guys, but you got to draft them too. You know, and I'm never mad at an offensive line pick in the mid to late rounds. Like I'm never mad at it. So that's what we got to do, man. We got to develop these guys. Hopefully our new offensive line coach, hopefully he knows what he's doing. He used to be a tight ends coach, so he knows a little bit about blocking schemes. I kind of wonder the fact that he was a tight end coach, if that means that we're gonna aim for more agile linemen. Are we gonna run more zone? Are we gonna have these smaller linemen that are kicking out, and you know, you have your right guard shifting to the left end, you know, for blocking schemes and things like that. Like,
how nice would that be?
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if we're going to go that route with it, or if we're going to just go like big old fucking 300+ pound dudes just maul in the front, and you know, I mean, who knows? I guess
hey, it worked for Philly, right? 6'6", 300 and what, 36 pounds, the average or some crazy amount like that.
Yeah, yeah. And what's funny about that is like Howie Roseman didn't build his line like that the last time they won the Super Bowl. He had like the smaller, agile linemen back then. And this time he has them big old boys, and he still did it right. Like, I don't know, man. It's got to be just development.
I do like the idea. Like, I think Tippmann's gonna have a hell of a year. I don't know where you guys are with him, but
I love Tippmann,
bro. We can get into Tippmann. We do have someone who wants to chime in here. Let's hear from Sean.
Tapiola Valley.
If he's there.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Sean, what's going on, brother? Long time, man.
Yeah, it's been a while, brother.
Hey, I can tell you this right now real quick, man. That is the ugliest hat I've ever seen in my entire life, bro.
I know everybody's got their style, but we all Jets fans, so
hey, I'll rock with it.
Here, all right, I'll do that.
Rangers, go Rangers, go.
I'll do that.
Put the hat back. Put the hat back.
Man, I don't know, man. Everybody wants to pay for like another top quarterback to come in and help us out. I'm just gonna leave it off because it's gonna be too much for right now.
Yeah, you're pretty either way.
I'll be quick. And I really just I don't want to do that. I feel like if we want to draft a QB this year, cool. Let's draft it in the later rounds if one falls to us. But let's wait for next year and get the right quarterback this year. I would like to see Tyson Bagent or maybe even Cooper Rush get a starting job, because I think both of them could be starters if they have a defense and an offense around them. And if that's what we're bringing right now, we're saying we have that. We just need a quarterback. Like, bring in somebody like that. Why are we going to bring in like a Kirk Cousins and spend a ton of money? Or, even Russell Wilson, we're still going to spend money. I just feel like those options are cheap options. They get us through the year and
hold on, Sean. The thing about Cousins that I will say is that if Atlanta cuts Cousins and we were to bring Cousins in, it's very likely to be a similar deal to how Russell went with the Steelers, right? He takes like a vet minimum deal because he's still getting paid from the Falcons, right? And the more money he would make from us is the less he would make from the Falcons.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? So the more you make on your next contract while you're still drawing from your last, they lower the last contract. It's weird. It just balances out. You make the same no matter what, really. So
all right. No,
if he wants to play, he would just take a vet minimum.
I just want to that's what I want to do. I want to spend as little as possible on that position, but get us somebody that can, manage the job for the year. Because
I'm with you.
I'm cool with even drafting a quarterback this year, but I don't want to draft him with our number 1 or number 2. Like, I think we have holes to fill, and if we can get some top prospects in those spots, and then in the 3rd round, 4th round, we can get a guy. And then if he doesn't work out, then next year we still draft that top guy. I'm okay with that option as well. But like, we got to get somebody in here that at least makes us want to watch football this year.
Yeah, that's tough because, like, I'm with you. I care less about being entertaining. I just want to go cheap. Because I know every dollar I don't spend this year we're faster to being caught up financially, and like,
right.
But at the same time, you have to get us something. So
yeah, well, it's not only for us; it's for the rest of the players on the team, man. Like the guys that have been here for the last 4 years, going, "Oh shit, we're doing this again." Okay.
I joke with the Tyrod shirt, but like, if I knew he was playing 17, I would love to watch him play a full season, like being mobile behind a good offensive line. But I don't want to spend. But I don't know about Bagent, but he looks so bad with them. That doesn't mean the same. You know what I mean? I never saw him in college, so like,
he showed some stuff with the Bears there for a little bit. There was a little hype train behind him, kind of like a Minshew type hype train.
I got Bears family that are like, we should have kept Bagent in, and Fields went back in, and it was like,
news to me.
So I have Bears family friends that are like, that guy should be a starter somewhere. And I'm not saying he needs to be a starter here, but if we could have him behind Tyrod, at least we don't have nothing.
Yeah.
We can let our rookie actually sit, not go, Tyrod's out, now we start our rookie. Like, give them something, but I don't want to give it. I don't think we need something that's going to cost us a bunch. Like, so if Kirk Cousins costs us nothing, all right, cool. We can add him to the Tyrod bunch, and we'll see what happens. Because I think Tyrod could be great, but I also think I'm not stupid enough to not have anybody behind him if he gets hurt.
I think
we did that once with Aaron Rodgers, and it looked really bad.
I think the Cousins thing, man, is going to bring the circus back to town again, if I'm being very honest with you, because we're trading Achilles for another Achilles that's going to be coming on his 2nd year. And he kind of did us dirty, right, last time around as well. So that's going to be put on there. I think with Glenn, and this is just my opinion, I think what they're trying to go into, man, and I don't like using the word culture because I feel like it's getting blasted just constantly, and it's annoying, right? But I think what he's trying to implement is something that we haven't had in such a long time, where it's no joke. Like, he's not playing around. He's here to let people know this is going to be the Jets, and it's going to be the Aaron Glenn Jets, right? Not no Aaron Rodgers, not no this and all that. But then I go back and I'm like, damn. But if he does come at a very cheap thing and maybe have him sit back. Why not? Right? I don't want to spend money on a QB. I'm on the same boat with you, Dano. Like I'm not. Like I like Tyrod a lot. You know, I'm a Hampton Roads kid over here in Northern Virginia. We saw him play, man. That dude, and he does so much out here. It would be such a great story to see him be the guy to potentially get us a winning season, right? Because I'm not even talking about playoffs. I'm not even talking about Super Bowl. I'm just talking about a winning season where we're talking about in December, we need so many things to break for us to potentially go into the playoffs. And I think that would be huge in New York.
Just compete in every damn game. Like, you don't even have to win them. Like,
What
I'm
if
just
it was-
tired. Good.
What if the plan was for Tyrod to start and we bring in Kirk Cousin on the vet minimum to back him up if he gets hurt?
I'm biased against Kirk Cousins. Like, if you're gonna do that, I'd rather it be a 30-year-old that's little, like, I mean, less talented. I don't know if that's the word.
What about
right
either
word,
of the
but-
other options that I brought up, Rush or
yeah, but I wouldn't hand it to Tyrod. Like, I would let him.
Oh no, you're gonna have a battle, but if everybody feels the same way we do right now, Tyrod's probably gonna win that battle.
What I will say is, God,
this year is a eat your veggies year. Okay.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That we all understand that. So it doesn't even matter if it's Kirk Cousins. It's still an eat your veggies here. We're not looking at him as a QB of the future, 5-year contract. We're not looking at him like that. This is an eat your veggies year. So whether it's Tyrod, Kirk Cousins, Tyson Bagent, Justin Fields, none of them are our quarterback of the future. I'm just going to tell you guys that right now. So like, what we're going to do this year is we're going to clean house a little bit. Every new regime cleans house a little bit. We're going to draft in new talent. We're going to get our guys in there. We're going to implement our schemes. And we're just, what I'm hoping for is we eat our veggies this year and we're feisty as hell. That's all I can ask for.
Hell yeah.
It's only 7 wins. Make the losses be to where the teams are like, damn, I don't like playing them. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause they gave us hell out there. Like,
yep.
That's all I ask for.
You know what I will say is, once we're mathematically eliminated, I do want to see Jordan Travis.
100%.
He doesn't play this year. I mean, what?
Because here's why. Because Tyrod is walking after this year, and I want to know that Jordan Travis can be our QB2 in 2026. Yeah. That's my goal. Like, be our backup quarterback next year.
Well, he can't ghost us like Corley this year. Like,
no,
we gotta have play from these guys. If we don't get play from these guys this year, it's a wash.
Facts.
And I was high on both of them, so I can't sit here and be like, oh, you guys took them. That's crazy. No, I wanted Travis. I wanted Corley. I thought both were going to be good. I was in on the hype train. So, and then I just one more thing. I'm going to head out, but I just wanted to show you what I got for Valentine's Day. It's going to be something that I got to figure out some kind of ritual I'm going to do with it every time we have a Jets game, but see if it shows.
That's dope, bro.
Little Jet shrine.
I like that.
That's pretty sick, dude.
Totem pole, dude. That backyard looks nice.
Pole, bro. Dude, you have to light candles around it and shit, and do like
exactly. I gotta figure out. Actually, you guys can help me with that. We'll figure out what I gotta do. This is my little like ritual for the year.
Hey man, if I like candles, somebody's getting pregnant. Just let you know that.
All right, so X-nay on the candles.
That's
Later,
a cool
fellas.
present. Later, man.
Sean. Happy Valentine's Day, brother.
Happy Valentine's Day, fellas.
Good guy.
Dude, it's just crazy, man. Like, I can't. And I go back and I'm like, no, I don't want Cousins, man. Like, I don't, bro. I don't. Like, I don't.
Is that
I just,
your feelings speaking, or is that your brain?
he looked like shit, man. He
He
looked
did, but
old, bro.
how much later in the year did he tear his Achilles than Aaron did, though?
I mean, you're right. You're
Way
right.
later. Like we're
Yeah.
talking like week 12 or something.
But then I'm
I
like,
don't
why?
know.
Then we should have just kept Aaron at that point, even and take the cap hit or whatever it is, because we're trading an Achilles for another Achilles. Is what I'm trying to say. Like that's my whole thing in regards to that.
I don't know.
Aaron is way more expensive though.
True. I mean, agreed. Now I'm on the boat that I'm glad he's gone. Just give you guys a heads up. I wish it would have worked. I wanted it to work. You guys knew that I was all for the guy and everything, but it didn't work. It hasn't worked. It didn't work, and Glenn put it on the table and said, this is my squad, it's my team, and it is what it is. Dude, I'd rather us be good for years and years and years to come, dude. I'm just so
Sustained
tired of
success.
all.
That's what Glenn was talking about.
100%.
Here's the thing too, like if you're gonna have someone behind Tyrod, I would rather it be a guy that hasn't hit his peak already. And because if we're eating our vegetables, what is the point of trotting out a 38-year-old Cousins for what? You're not selling tickets with the guy. You're not like, what is the point? Like, maybe if it's $1 million, well, guess what? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'd rather go get teabagged than get Cousins.
I mean, I look. Maybe Jameis Winston is the guy that sells you tickets.
You know what? That I could do.
I would do that. I
Yeah.
wouldn't
He's
mind.
entertaining, but I don't know.
Why not? At this
Culture
point,
fit.
Let me ask you: do we win more games next year with Kirk Cousins as quarterback or Tyrod Taylor?
Tyrod.
Do I want to?
I think
All right,
Tyrod.
you have to answer the question:
With who?
Kirk
Jameis.
Cousins or Tyrod Taylor? Who wins more games next year?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
I'm Tyrod, bro.
I think Kirk Cousins wins more games next year.
And
I'm a Tyrod guy. I thought Buffalo was stupid when they got rid of Tyrod.
But what Kirk Cousins are you getting? Yes, Achilles maybe mattered a little, but like, what if it's more than just the Achilles? Like, I don't know. Like, that's why I'm just like, what's the value in even trying? There's someone else. Just go get someone else.
I mean, the guy has played well his entire career, been underrated his entire career. Now, postseason, I understand any criticisms that come with postseason because he just hasn't done it in the postseason. But like,
I'd be happy if we went to the
the
postseason
dude-
with him.
the dude with the Vikings is winning 13 games and such. You know what I mean? Like he's, and I understand Sam Darnold went, and they won like 13 or 14 last year, but I'm just saying, like, even whenever he was with the Commanders, like he was balling out, like he's always been a solid quarterback. He's a guy that can run an offense. I know he had a rough year last year. I get that, there's the Achilles and stuff like that, but it's year two coming off of it. I don't think he should have played last year, at least not in the beginning of the season. Yes, Scott, I know he played better in the beginning of the season in the end, but who's to say that it didn't flare up during the season? Plus, he did get injured in his upper body too at some point. So there's things that go into that, but the guy has enough of a track record to where I think that he could run a competent offense for a year until we can draft our guy. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't think Tyrod's the guy, then why not? If you're paying him a vet minimum, I'm on the Kirk Cousins train. I don't know, guys. I don't see why not if you're paying him a vet minimum.
If you are,
And we have Tyrod no matter what. If Kirk is booty cheeks, bench his ass.
right.
True.
Why not?
And at least you got that in the back just in case something happens. I mean, yeah, I could see that. I just want Tyrod to just be that guy, bro, because the Jets have had success with journeymen, man. We've had in the past with a lot of the quarterbacks that have come in, Fitzpatrick, Vinny T, all these other guys that we've had. they've ended up being journey dudes that have come over and have done well with us. So maybe, maybe that's something for us. I don't know, bro. I wanted to ask you guys something real quick. This is why I'm glad I was able to get on and all that, right? Um, with everything going on, with the changing of the regime and everything, Murph, you kind of hit it a little bit earlier, right? You were talking about there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be happening. People are going to be cleaning house. This is all going to occur, right? Who are the untouchables for you guys with the current regime? I'm going to say for myself, the only one for me is Garrett, Olu, and that's it. And Titman. Everybody else is on the table for me, bro. Just saying.
I'm going to agree with that, and I'm going to add Sauce. I'm sorry. I know he had a bad year last year. Guys are allowed to have down years. Remember last year, Sartan had a bad down year. Guess who won Defensive Player of the Year this year?
Sartan.
Patrick
Yeah,
Surtain.
right.
So I am not throwing Sauce in the garbage bin just because he had one down year and a just completely shitty year for us anyway, with little to no pass rush. You know what I mean? It's like Will McDonald out there doing it himself. That's it. Maybe a little help from Quinnen or Quincy here or there, but I'm putting Sauce on that list. I think with Aaron Glenn that Sauce can come back to form. And I'm going to probably add JJ to the list. Ooh. I kind of want to add Will McDonald to the list too. JJ and Will McDonald. That's it. All right, that's it. Dane, you want to add anybody?
No, you took everybody, goddammit. No, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys mentioned him, but I have to have Quinnen on the
We
list
didn't mention
because I still don't think he's, dude. I call me crazy. I still don't think I've seen his ceiling, and dude, we have a lot of holes. But I tell you what, man, if you get something next to Quinnen, that D line can win you 5 or 6 games on its own. If you get a Mason Graham, bro, that is, and I guess I'm crazy, but like, I don't think that JJ takes a whole year to come back to form. Like, will he be better in 2026? Yes. But I'm saying I don't think you have like the Carl Lawson year out of JJ. I just really don't. Look at him, man. He's a friggin' New York Jet. Look at that neck.
Dude, I gotta say, like, if there was a perfect guy that I feel like would go next to Quinnen, and I know he's not available, and it's a damn shame. Maybe you could trade for him. I don't know, but I think Aleem McNeil from the Lions is the perfect dude to put next to Quinnen. I think he's a stud. I think those two would fucking wreck the inside of an offensive line.
That's the other thing too, man. Like, free agency can't come soon enough so we can start seeing who we're gonna start adding and bringing on over. Because there's a lot of players that are gonna start coming over because of Glenn. So I'm glad you said that, Dano, right, with the Quincy thing. I mean, with
don't know.
With Quinnen.
Yes.
Because I
Yes,
believe,
Quinnen, yeah.
right? This is me. I love Quinnen, bro. I want him to be a Jet for the rest of his career and all that. But I think he's
Facts.
the player, right, that would give us the most in return. Like, I think that's the player that you could potentially get, like 2 1s in a second type of thing. And if that's the case, that's a crazy conversation that I know a lot of fans would not like whatsoever, but it might be good for us in the bigger schemes of stuff.
I know what you're saying. 2 1s and a 2. I don't think I'm hanging up the phone.
No doubt. And you get rid of all that cap too.
Yeah. What I will say is I'm not hanging up the phone. I don't know. By untouchable, I'm assuming you mean not even entertaining a trade. I would entertain a trade for Garrett Wilson.
Oof, I can't, man.
See, I would say that if we weren't so bad off at receiver right now. I'm assuming
Well,
Devontae's
yeah,
gone,
but
dude.
like
Like I don't see a world where Devontae
it's
Adams plays
yeah,
for us next year. So to me, it's like Garrett Wilson and who the fuck else? Like I don't know. If we weren't in that position, I would definitely answer the phone for Garrett Wilson.
yeah, and all of it. Like I'm saying, that doesn't mean I'm accepting the deal. I'm answering the phone on Garrett, just because I think he may be more valuable to someone else who's closer than we are. But especially, we're going to give him what 30 million, and we don't even have like we're not even going to be competing for a Super Bowl.
To be
Tough, man. That's
fair,
tough.
I would answer the phone for like anybody. Because if you're offering me 3 1s
Yeah,
for Sauce, like I'm gonna do it. But I'm sorry, guys. Like that's a lot of freaking draft capital.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, and I say all this because I'm not loyal to a lot of these players anymore. Like, I'm just sorry because I just can't be. This Jets team has disappointed me so much, and all they've known is losing, 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 losing. Maybe sometimes it's like, hey, go somewhere else, be great over there, and let us rebuild the way we need to rebuild and go from there. Now I'm not here saying, first and foremost, let everybody know, I'm not here saying trade everybody and their mamas. I'm not saying that at all. But with this new regime that's going on, it's a big possibility, man. There's going to be some things coming up that a lot of individuals are not gonna like, man. And I really feel like Quinnen is that one player.
yeah. Well, and you said it like, or I know you're thinking it at least like new regime. Some of these guys aren't going to be valued as high as they were, or vice versa. Some guys are going to be valued more. Quinnen's tough because like he's top three at his position, but at the same time, by the time we're good, he's going to be damn near 30. So, yeah, I'm entertaining anything. And I think we need to get another first or another second for 2026. We really need to find a way because we are going to be in the QB market. And you, if you win 6, 8 games, you're not going to be high in that draft. So it's tough, man. It's a tough. I mean, you got to look at it with a brain. You can't look at
Mm-hmm.
it with your
And,
heart.
and that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Like, it's these conversations that people are not going to want to have and people are going to be upset about. And the emotion aspect is going to come out because, I mean, if we're being honest with A-Rod and everything that occurred and all that, it's an emotional piece and all that because we invested so much in this individual for so long. Bro, every offseason that guy was here, we consistently said Super Bowl, Super Bowl. We weren't even talking about having a winning season because we were like, that's in the bag. We were like, we're gonna win the division. It's in the bag. No, we're talking about baby Super Bowl and all that just to be where we're at right now. It sucks.
Yeah, it was bad. It's bad. It because the dead money. Like I don't even think a lot of us realized how much dead when you don't even think about Aaron Rodgers. Like we got dead for Kinlaw. We got dead for like all these people that weren't even great pieces. Like it's one thing if we had a run and we came up short, but like we had 5 wins and we have 50 million dead, 80 million dead now. Like tough, tough
Yeah,
pill to
and I mean
swallow.
that's why like a lot of these conversations are gonna be had, and we're gonna see what type of GM Muji truly is. Because I don't know, man. This cat, I see like he's gonna be one of these individuals that plays his hands super close to him, and we're gonna not know anything.
Another thing is like we talked earlier about like wanting to not spend on quarterback. It's because like whatever quarterback you're going to spend on is going to be for 1 year. And we have so little money. Like I would rather use that little bit of money on 2 and 3 year deals
Hundred
for
percent.
other positions. That way they're still here for year 3 of Glenn. Like, why pay for a quarterback now that's going to be gone when you can have someone to replace Mosley or a safety that's going to be here for the long haul?
Yeah, another individual that I personally like, and I've been talking about it. People don't like it and all that, but I was thinking in regards to Justin Fields, 2-year deal, 18 mil, something to that extent, right? To kind of like prove it this year. Then the year that we really go ahead and draft a quarterback, he sits back, kind of learns because the type of QB that's out now when they kind of rolls out and works out of the pocket, it seems like, I don't know. I'm so old school, bro. I like a guy's in the pocket, and then once he sees stuff is breaking down, then he could jet, right? But I mean, why not and have them develop that way? Because I'm one of the guys that don't believe in wanting to go ahead and just put a rookie in and say, here you go, buddy. Good luck in this market that's New York, that we destroy players left and right.
Ideally, we do have a bridge for 2 years, and that way they can teach that rookie not just 1 year. I agree. Or you do a 1-year quarterback and another 1-year quarterback. I don't want to draft a quarterback in 2026 and have them start right off the bat. I don't want that to be misconstrued. But like Fields, I guess I'm one of the Fields guys, man, because it's highly dependent on his price, right? Because I feel like there could be 3 teams bidding for him, and I don't want to pay him 20 mil, a year to come. He might be looking for 3 or 4 years. I don't know. But if it's cheap, we can offer him a chance to start. I don't know if the other teams can, but we can.
Get to dangle on him too. Hey, we got 2 of your old Ohio guys in Ruckert and in Wilson, because nobody's talking about Ruckert, and Ruckert was balling when he had Fields. Just saying.
You know what, too? I don't know if you heard, but we're being linked to Chris Olave quite a bit.
Imagine that back together.
I can't. But I did see that again today. Like, I saw it a couple weeks ago, and then I saw it again today. And it might just be trolling, but like, bro, that'd be a good wide receiver core if he can stay healthy, because I know he's had concussion problems and whatnot. But yeah, if you're doing Olave, you might as well bring in Fields while you're at it.
And I mean, look, I know a lot of people are out on Corley, man. I was pounding the table on Corley for a while, and I think in the small glimpse that he was put in, you saw what he can do. He just needs to be utilized the correct way. I don't think he was at all. I don't think Hackett knew what to do with him. I don't think Downing knew what to do with him, and to be honest with you, Aaron came on the line and changed every single thing, every single time, any damn way. So it's like, what are we really talking in regards to that? So, hey, welcome back, man. How you been, man? I haven't seen you in like about 10 minutes.
It's been a while, man.
Bro, we just traded Quinnen. We just traded Sauce. I'm just kidding, man.
If we're talking about eating some veggies this year, if you're doing all that.
But I was talking with Dano, and I was talking in regards of the Fields conversation, right? 2-year, 18 mil, 2026 is where we go ahead and get the quarterback that we have. We still have our bridge QB that could potentially teach this rookie guy, or these 2 years, Justin Fields balls out and he's the answer because he's still young. That's the biggest piece in regards for me with this dude, man. So, and we got 2 of his old friends and Ruckert and Garrett there for him.
If you can get Justin Fields for that, yeah, of course. But I think he's going to get priced higher than that. I think he's going to have a little bit of a bidding war for him, to be honest with you.
But do you think he starts in those other teams?
Also, I don't know if Ruckert's going to be on the team for sure.
True. I
New
mean,
regime, those type of guys, you don't know if they're going to last through a new regime. I will say I caught the tail end. I would love Olave. So
yeah, why
I know
not?
I know he's had some injury concerns, but I don't think it's been too bad. I would
We got
love
the
to have
best medical
Olave.
staff in all the NFL. What are we talking about?
Clearly, and the best turf too.
Yeah,
So
be all right.
yeah, I you give me an Ohio State wide receiver, I'll take him.
So JSN, we still miss him. I
Sure.
do. I wanted him so bad too, bro.
But
I
hey,
know.
Will
I love
McDonald.
Will McDonald too.
That's
But
my weapon of mass destruction. That's my guy. Hey, you remember
Let me ask
me
you this.
predicting 11
Yeah,
sacks for him
you
at the
did.
beginning of the year?
You did. I do.
I don't.
And I
No,
thought
Get
you
it
were.
I
on
don't.
camera. I will find the video.
I thought you were nuts, bro. I was like, nah, man, it ain't not happening, bro. JJ's about to ball out.
Let me ask, let me ask you guys something. Okay, we know we're gonna be cheap this year. I mean, basically, we have 20 holes. We're trying to fill 10 this year, maybe 10 next year. Spread them out, right? If you can only have one of a dominant D line or a dominant secondary. Say you can only get one guy that's key in the front seven or one guy that's key in the secondary, and you got to go real cheap in the other. Like, what would you like in a possibly lost season, mind you? What's more valuable, like having a hole at DJ Reed's spot or having a hole at CJ Mosley's spot?
Man, he runs a 4-3, right? Wilkes does,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and I also heard that he does like to have CB's travel.
That's a tough one, bro. Oh no, hey guys, it's Scott. Scott's very pissed
Oh,
at
hold
us.
on,
By the
Scott.
way,
Hold on. I knew you came on the camera for a reason. All
I only
right.
came here. I only came here to take a shot with Murph.
He only came here to make me drink more. I'm already buzzing.
I got coffee.
Murph, you got a bigger one than me,
That's what she said.
and I'll set you up for that one.
Man,
All
but
right.
aren't you glad that Aaron
You
Rodgers
okay,
is
me?
gone?
I don't mind Aaron Rodgers being gone. What I don't like is everyone blaming the season on him. It's bullshit. And making him seem like he's a bad locker room guy. That's all bullshit.
That is bullshit right there.
Total bullshit.
That's
I mean,
the biggest amount of bullshit right there.
yeah, I mean, you can see how the players are reacting.
Mhm.
But what I wanted to say is you guys, and I don't mean you guys, everybody that's putting out this Fields thing needs to make up their mind. We want to have a Lions offense. Fields is a one-read quarterback. He's nothing like what the Lions have playing quarterback. So you got to go one way or the other. Can't be both.
We have to be a run-heavy offense this year, as far as I'm concerned. And I think Fields fits that bill, right? Can't you have like a
I
Lamar
agree.
style? You know what I mean? Like have two running backs that you're just fucking pounding
That's
the
fine.
ball with all day long, and then even when your quarterback drops back, you never know if he's going to run the ball too. So to
For
me,
sure.
that's the
Yeah.
best way to go about this year. We're eating our veggies this year anyway. We might as well have fun with it, right?
Sure, but how many people are just talking up? Well, we're gonna have a Lions offense. We're gonna do the Lions path. We're gonna do this and that. Well, Fields doesn't match that.
Yeah.
So
To me, when I mention the Lions, I'm specifically talking about Braylon and Brees being like David Montgomery and Jamar Gibbs, right? Or Jameer. Is it Jameer? It's Jameer, right?
Jameer, yeah.
I've already had too much crown. So that's the Sonic and Knuckles thing. That's all I'm talking about when I mention that. So,
But we want that. But we also, I mean, part of that is we want that play action pass coming out of that. Inaccurate quarterback that can get through his progressions. But if you're just gonna run some different sort of offense that's just a run heavy thing, go for it.
Dude, when was the last time we had an RPO quarterback?
Never. Quincy Carter.
Like Vic.
Tebow, baby.
Get out of here, Scott. DB was just hyping you up too, and now you had to bring up fucking Tebow. Get out of here.
There you go, DB. Shout out to DB. I don't know, man. Like, it's just everywhere. Like, again, as I said in the very beginning, I want Tyrod to succeed. That's who I want. You know what I mean? Like, I want that guy, the journeyman aspect of it. That's been seems like the QBs that's done very well for us in the past. He kind of knows what's going on, right? He can adapt to whatever needs to go. And it's just him staying healthy, I guess. But he's doing it right for Scott.
Yeah,
right now.
He's breaking Scott's heart right now, taking that Aaron Boaster down.
Hey, what I say last week, I'm as happy for Aaron leaving as I am for the Jets wanting him to leave. I mean, really, why be here? I would have liked to see them run it back. Johnny was on board with that for a while, but sort of what's the point? I don't at this point, I don't have much faith in the offensive staff, but they can prove it. I'm open for that. But
it's just with the Aaron Rodgers thing for me, man. Like, the more and more it kept getting closer to everything, the more I started seeing the cap piece of it, started seeing like just all the crap that was coming along with it and everything. Did I want him to have been here? I mean, yeah, why would I not? I wanted it to work, man, but bro, I can't go another season where I'm putting all my emotion into this damn team because we got Aaron Rodgers, and I'm trying to make my brain not think of MVP Rodgers, but average quarterback Aaron Rodgers that did not even break Fitzpatrick's season record with us over here, which we all kept saying he's gonna break it. He's gonna break it. He's gonna break it. It's gonna be easy. It's hard if these dudes, Aaron Glenn, and them wanting to rip the Band-Aid off. It is what it is. I have to roll with them, move forward, and all that. And I hope. I mean, for all we know, he could have went and said, you know what, guys, I think I'm gonna retire. Like, I really want to see his side of everything and what really went on, because he's gonna say it. He's not gonna sugarcoat the crap and everything. And shout out to Woody Johnson and putting out that letter, because I thought it was a great letter the way he wrote it, thanking Aaron Rodgers for it, instead of like saying, bro, I was tired of your shit and everything and people making fun of me and you and the whole nine. So
I thought it was very interesting how he said that the thing he's going to remember him most was what did he say? He said like how you embraced New York. He didn't say nothing about his play or at all or whatever. He said how you embraced New York. I thought that was kind of interesting. But Johnny, I did want to ask you, because I feel like Scott's going to have a little rebuttal maybe for you, if depending on how you answer this. Do you think Tyrod can play 17 games?
That's the thing though, right? Like, that's why I said if he can stay healthy, right? Dude, I want him to be healthy. I want him to stay there. I want him to be the guy so we don't have to talk about this. Like, if dude is the guy that could get us to 7 wins, I think all the crap that's happened in the past, people are going to start talking about it for right now and going to be like, hey, man, this guy's got us at least 7 wins. But then it's going to go back to Zach Wilson did that here with us as well. It's a loaded question for me right now with Tyrod.
So and that gets us to Jerry's point right here. Jerry's saying, I get people wanting Tyrod, but what's a selling point to Garrett and Q? Guys who want to win, right? So he says, does Tyrod do that? Can you prevent a slide or calls to trade if things go pear-shaped? I mean, he's got a point there. Is Garrett going to be like Terry McLaurin was and with the Commanders? Is he going to just like keep his mouth shut and just do his thing and do his best? And you know what I mean? I would like to think that he's that type of guy. I know he wants to win, but I also think that he's going to stick through it. I don't know. What do you think? What do you guys think?
So yeah. What is your selling point to Garrett and Q if you just roll with Tyrod? How are you pitching it to Garrett and Q? Be patient. I mean, these guys were just patient for 3 years. What are you saying if that's the
They're
route you
already
go?
showing frustration.
Q is, yeah, you're right.
Well, and Garrett was during the season too. So, but yeah, it's well, that's the thing. The new staff, they're going to weed out the guys that aren't going to be patient, that aren't going to be in it for the long haul. So some of those guys we talked about, do we want to trade them? Do we not? If they're going to be a pain in the ass, they're going to get traded.
Dude, I'm this is what I'm saying, man, because it's so early right now. I'm so everywhere right now. Like, I just can't pinpoint where I think this organization is going right now. Like, I really don't. Like, I don't know it. I think Q, that's why I said about Q. I think Q is the one that they're going to have a conversation about possibly put him on the block, man. Like,
What's Murph looking at? Come on, Murph, wake up.
Oh, my bad. Shit. I got it here. Don't worry.
While you guys are talking, I just wanted to add in, Jerry, your comments have been fire. Neek, I see you over in Twitter land. Appreciate you joining us as well. But Jerry chimes in. He says, pitching it for 1 year, then a new QB next year, at some point they'd be like, I want out, man. I want dubs. And Neek says, this will be a defensive run team, but I want to see what Jordan Travis has too. So, like, if you get a Kirk Cousins, do you ever get to see Jordan Travis? That's like another question you can ask yourself. Jerry adding on that loyalty gets you so far, like that girlfriend that won't. But
I mean, I would tell Jesus this, and I've said it from the very beginning. If you want to be a Jet, then you're a Jet. If you don't want to be a Jet, then get the hell out. It's that simple, man. Like, being honest with you. That's why I was out on Huff. Soon as Huff said I'm not giving them a hometown discount, I was done with dude. I was like, get him. It is what it is. You got Q right now that is saying, oh, great, another rebuild. I mean, I understand the frustration. I get it and everything, but you're supposed to be the guy, right? You're supposed to be that captain, that leader in the locker room. You don't put some stuff out like that, man. When you just had your coach saying, we're going to keep everything in-house and not put it on. And that's the problem that's been happening with this damn team. Putting everything out as soon as something gets hurt. I have not forgot what Quinnen did when he was trying to get paid. He was parading with the whole thing of like, taking the jets off and stuff like that, putting like these like weird tweets out and stuff and saying like very cryptic and blah, blah, blah. So why should I have loyalty to guys like this that in the big schemes of it all don't really have loyalty to a team that, I mean, brings me joy? I know money talks at the same time, but what gives at this point? Exactly, Wildwin. Tell him shut the hell up, man. Just play the damn game. Because I tell you this much, I would love to be playing this game. If I was that good,
yeah.
Come on, man.
And Jerry mentioned Garrett and Quinnen specifically, so I want to stick with them. But like, what I would tell them is, bro, every Sunday you're getting a check for $1.5 million every Sunday. That adds up to $25 million a year.
Yeah, but they get that from 31 other teams.
Then go.
It's not like
Be
it's
good
their
with
only
them.
option. That's just
True.
reality.
True, but I do think that they part of the reason they squawked thus far, yeah, maybe Quinnen not, but like Garrett, he's still on peanuts. You know, would he? Maybe he wouldn't squawk if he had 25 mil a year coming his way. You know, I don't
Or
know. I
some
don't know.
guys squawk more after they got paid. Who knows?
True. Well, what do you think? What do you think? Garrett money will appease him?
I think he wants to win. That's the feeling I get. I mean, he wants to get paid. They all want to get paid. That dude wants to win football games.
100%. And I can't blame him if he's like, you know, F it, I want to go somewhere else and all that. Dude, I want guys that want to be Jets that are going to believe in what these guys are doing and go from there, you know, and Bill, man, I want to win, not just right now, but like when there were some people out there, like, and I know you guys hate Pittsburgh, right? But I would kill, right, to be talking about playoffs, talking about winning freaking season, and always being in that conversation of potentially maybe winning the division every single year, in and out. You know, uh, why not?
You know what's funny about Pittsburgh, man, is they might have a quarterback with number 8 next year.
Well, you got what's his name, right? I think Sean, whatever his name is, the safety, Sean Ellis. I think it was the Sean Ellis, talking about get your old ass and stay retired.
Oh yeah, yeah, he did say that too. He said stay in the
I
retirement
think
home
so.
or
Yeah.
something. I think. Hey, Billy, glad to have you joining us, guys. I want to get to his comment. He had a thoughtful one here. He said, "What's up?" And he has a lot of scenarios for the Jets. I mean, don't we all? So you're in the right spot, Billy. The Jets could trade up for Ward. Jackson Dart's also growing on him. He says we really need line safety, wide receiver. I mean, we have so many holes. 2026 though has a better QB class. So let me ask you guys, like, how good does how good does a QB have to be for you to jump on them this year when you know everybody's saying there will be better and more next year? Do you just say I'm not taking one this year because I would need to next year, or do you say let me double up? Where do you draw the line with wanting like your patience level? I guess.
I'm not trading up for a quarterback this year. Not a
100%.
chance. Would I take someone later on? Yeah. I'm not touching Jackson Dart at 7. And I hate that I'm hearing more and more of that talk, which none of it's coming from the Jets, but it's coming from all other places. So
Well, Scott, would you, if one of the top two, if Sanders or Ward fall to 7, would you take them? That's kind of the question right there.
I guess that would be tempting. If I'm not high on either of them, but it doesn't matter what I think. If you're the Jets and you think one of those guys can be a franchise quarterback, you got to do it.
I think for me, I would say, are we a quarterback away?
We didn't we just say that a couple years ago?
I know, and we're back here all over again.
Yeah.
And knowing that this draft class supposedly is not, I don't know, man. Like, I think was it 2017's draft class where it was the same stuff, and look at the guys that came out during that time.
Here's the one thing. I don't want them to draft a guy, whether it be this year or next year, and make him the starter and
Agreed.
fuck up another young quarterback.
Agreed.
Now, different staffs, but that's too much for a rookie most of the time. You know, there's been a couple lately, but yeah, don't ruin another young quarterback. Give him some time to watch somebody.
Yeah, agreed.
You know what? People always say if you have two quarterbacks, you have none, but I want to find that out for myself.
Hey, boom! I almost just brought up Trevor
Come on,
Lawrence.
Bill.
Boomtown.
The thing about this season, like this past season, the biggest thing that fell apart, like our offense played better. As bad, and even, we weren't even that good, but like our offense played better than it did the past two seasons under Zach Wilson. But our defense fell apart. You know what I mean? So like our we have to get our defense back on and to like a competitive level at the very least. You know, so throwing a quarterback into it right now, like I mean, if he's good, yeah, maybe he can just shoot out with every team that we play. But that defense has to get back under control, man, and that's one of the biggest things.
And the special
Ah,
teams.
go ahead, Scott. My bad.
I said, and the special teams. Like Murph
Yeah.
said, offense wasn't great. They were better. Year before, offense scored 18 touchdowns. 18. But
Just
defense was great. Excuse me. And the special teams was great.
Sounds like you need a shot of whiskey, brother.
Dude, I got x-rays coming on Monday.
Let's get to Boomtown's
I'm gonna
comment.
let Scott do it by himself.
I need a boost. I need a boost for my international ratings, so I got to get Boomtown on screen here, guys. So, guys, Trevor Lawrence is a generational talent. That's for sure. I really like this Zach Wilson kid. He has a cannon of an arm, and Trey Lance looks like an elite runner. Fields could be good too. Does this sound familiar? And I think that he's saying you could call this Ward, Sanders, and Dart. But correct me if I'm wrong, Boomtown. Does this sound familiar to you guys?
I'm
Yeah.
not hyped for the quarterback selection this year at all. So
Yeah, and nobody really is. Like even the guys on the national media aren't like crazy about even the top two. They're just like, yeah, they're talented, but a lot of people were saying like even like JJ McCarthy would go above those two, like the top two. So like that's saying a lot because he wasn't even close to the top guy. Um, one thing, and this is I'm digressing. I know when I say this, but one thing I saw earlier is Steelers fans were pushing for like the Steelers to make a big time trade with the Jaguars to get Trevor Lawrence, and I thought that was very interesting. That would be, I don't know, that would be interesting, but he was disappointing. Obviously, Zach was disappointing. The draft, when it comes to quarterback, is a crapshoot. You can end up with a Brock Purdy in the 7th round, or you can end up with what was the dude that went to the Raiders? My God, that was a huge bust. I mean,
Jamarcus Russell.
Marcus Russell. Yeah, you can end up with him first overall. So it's really a crapshoot. The best you can do is just try to build a studly team and not rely on the quarterback and hope that at some point you hit on one.
You know what? Hold on, because you're saying the best thing for us, and it reminds me of a really sensible tweet that I saw the other day, and I have here. I want to ask you guys what you think of this plan. It's by Will Parkinson. You guys know him. And it says he thinks that the most ideal, realistic plan for the Jets going forward is to try and make the playoffs and end the drought this year. So screw it. You're not tanking. You're trying to win and then trade up next year for your quarterback in a stacked class. This offseason, beef up the middle of the roster as best you can, add a stud at 7, and set Aaron Glenn's culture going forward. Lock up your young stars long term so they'll be getting paid when they have a young quarterback. And with no Rodgers, they'll be able to get healthy against the cap quickly. It's likely Fields type, Tyrod, rookie, that quarterback room. and try to win similar to 2022 without the Zach Wilson epic collapse, blah, blah, blah. It's the best path for everybody long term and best for Aaron Glenn and the reset on the culture building for 2025. What do you think of that about trying to win as much as you can? Fuck our draft positioning. We'll just trade up later while we fill some holes this off season, fill the rest net, but at least like we're healthy, we're trying to win, we're setting the culture, and then we're taking it the rest of the way next spring. Is this not a sensible tweet? Where do you see it?
I gotta say that like I agree that you should try to win this season because winning builds culture, right? So of course, every offseason, in my opinion, you need to fill all the holes that you can to the best of your ability. But I also I agree that you need to get it's better to get a quarterback next draft. And he says like if you win, then you got to trade up for that quarterback, right? Makes sense, but here's the thing: how easy is it to trade up to get your guy, right? It's not easy unless you got 2 firsts. We will not have 2 firsts next year unless we can somehow trade our second for our first next year, or if we trade down from 7 to 15, 18. I don't know. I don't know
Yes.
the draft chart off the top of my head, but I'm just spitballing here. To me, that's what makes the most sense. You trade back, you get an extra first next year, and give yourself some ammo so you can make your move next year in the draft. You can, like how the Bills did. They were competitive that the year prior to getting, Josh Allen. They had Tyrod Taylor, remember? They were competitive. They weren't a top 10 draft, right? They weren't in the top 10. So they had to trade up to get Josh Allen. And that's what they did, but they had the capital to do so. I'm just saying, if you set yourself up with another first, even if you don't need to use that other first, if you can use a second or a third or something, then get up a couple spots and get your guy, that's fine. But at least you're setting yourself up in case you need that first. So I agree with Will, but I'm just saying, like, you have to set yourself up. And that's all I gotta say about that.
Dude,
Hey, let me say something to Jesus Jerry. There's lots of alcohol in Cologne.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Hey, Daniel, hopefully there's like 8 quarterbacks to choose from and you're not as like stuck about getting your specific one.
Yeah.
But I like that, dude. I do want to, you know me, I want to slide. I want to send some to next year. Johnny, what do you think though?
I mean, on the same boat as what I was saying in regards to like this year, like possibly, who's the team that's going to want to go ahead and jump forward first and foremost, right? So we could pick up some capital and kind of work it from there. This, from what he's putting out there, I mean, it's kind of what I've been saying. Like, I don't think we're going to have a bad season. Like the expectations are not there this year, right? And when the expectations are not there for the Jets, we might surprise people. We're not going to have teams that are just going to go ahead and say, hey, it's a check mark, or maybe they are. I don't know. But anyways, I'm on the boat where we draft a quarterback every year until we finally hit on something. Why the hell not? So,
But
you finally saw it, Murph.
How high in the draft? I mean, Johnny, where are you drafting one every year?
I mean, second, maybe third, maybe whatever you guys they think and they see like, hey, we might get a steal in regards to this. Some of these players have come out, man. They've been all right, So I think the Purdy conversation changed so much crap, man. Because imagine if our offensive coordinator is the next coming of Kyle Shanahan type of offense that we have no idea about, or Sean McVay, et cetera, et cetera. I just don't see us, and to Clancy, I don't know, man. I don't believe that we're gonna tank. I don't see it. I don't think he has that DNA makeup to want to go ahead and just tank and to say what the hell it is. But
Well, if you want to see how to lose a locker room, make the veterans especially think you're not trying to win games. Make them, if they see you not putting the best players on the field, you're gonna lose them. That's
Facts.
simple.
I mean, dude,
That's
like I
simple.
said, we can go 4-13. I don't care, but like be respectable in your games. Like,
Mhm.
dude, we had games this year where we didn't get a first down until the 2-minute warning of the first half. Like, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
And they should have won that game.
regardless
Indianapolis, right?
of the situation, man,
Regards.
I don't know what this. That's what I'm saying, man. Like this coaching staff, I just don't know, bro. And I like that. I like the fact that we have no idea what way Aaron Glenn is going to go. Because people are saying, oh, he's going to build it like the Lions did. We don't know that for sure. I don't think he's going to. I think he's going to do it the Aaron Glenn way. And because he's not Bill Parcells. He let us know that from the jump. So I don't know, man. It's buckle up, man. He said it the best, bro. Let's get ready to rock.
I don't like there are people I know. Frankie V from U Stadium is one that is like, let's fucking tank.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not I'm not there. I'm not there.
lose
I
your
would
stuff.
like, we did it last year, man. We turned a 4 into a third this year. Like Daniel said, let's do that. Let's if we gotta, what if we slid back at 7 and got like an extra 2 or an extra 3? And I'm not saying a long jump, but like 7-13. And then we took Warren, the tight end. Well, then we got an extra 3. Then we take like our second and give it to next year. Like, I want Muji to be creative on draft day. Move up the board, move down the board. Like, Joe was good at that, but like he wasn't daring. He did it like on day 3 more so.
Yeah.
This might be the dude, like, be daring this year. And that doesn't mean go up. I'm just saying, like,
How
slide.
pissed were we during the draft, Dano?
Oh my
Remember
God.
towards the
Bro,
end where he was
yes, I
like,
do.
we were like, yo, why is he skipping on this player and going all the way back here?
I
Oh,
was
man,
like,
I remember that.
point, I remember even saying, this better fucking be for next draft. The only reason you slide is for next year. It's like we were sliding. Like, we should have picked in 10 minutes and it took like an hour and a half because of how many times we slid. It was ridiculous. But like, Greg, I'm with you. Nobody wants 4 wins, but also, like, what if I told you you could have 8 wins and we're gonna stay in this hole of financial holes, like Robin from the future, or you get 4 wins and we're out of it. Like, what's the difference? You know what I mean?
No idea, man. Hey,
I want to.
you think Murph is tanked?
Murph ain't tanking.
I miss Murph's tanks. Oh, tank
No.
tops.
No. Hey, the tank tops will come back. I need to cut. I've gained a good 15 pounds. I need to cut back down. I've been a little quiet lately because I'm really annoyed by the fact that my fucking hand gestures don't work anymore. I don't know what's going on with my MacBook. I can't figure it out. I've been like Googling it and stuff like that. And you guys are accusing me of being drunk, and I might be, but that's okay. So, tanking, hell no. It's just like I said a little bit ago.
Oh,
Try to win as much as you can. You build your culture. You know what I mean? Winning builds culture. You know, even if it's eight wins or whatever, you're still feisty, right? Your team feels like they're good enough to win any game they go in. So you win as much as you can. You build your team the best you can, and you set yourself up in a way to where you can trade up for that guy, right? If you're offering 2 firsts, like let's say you're drafting 10, if you're offering 2 firsts, you can get up to 4th or 3rd or something like that, and you can get a good quarterback. You can get your guy. So I don't. Tanking is just too much, and fuck you guys. By the way, I'm only a little lit.
Oh man, hey boys, I'm gonna head out because the wifey wants me to go watch Love
Like a
Is
baby.
Blind.
Scott,
Time for a rom com. I hear you.
time.
Oh hell yeah,
Yeah,
man.
time for a little. Wow, chicka, wow, wow.
No,
Hey.
that was earlier when the kids were at my mom's.
Put on a raincoat, Johnny.
We don't believe in that. I like it. I like to get it wet.
They don't work for you anyway.
They
Bruh,
don't.
at least
You
learn
got
how
to
to
give
fucking
her
wow,
this.
Jesus.
He is pull-out game of the week, dude. We already know that.
Pretty weak. He couldn't pull out of a fucking garage if he wanted to.
Funny story, you guys say that. My garage door actually broke. I'm just kidding. But hey, man, look, I love coming up here with you guys, man. You guys are always killing it. If you guys in the chat have not hit the sub and have not hit the like, what are you doing with your life right now? You need to go ahead and do that real quick. Scott off the grid, appreciate you, brother. The Murph dog,
Hey,
you already
Johnny.
know what time it is.
My
And
freaky brother.
the Danger Zone himself, Mr. Dano over there. Hey, keep doing your stuff, man. Hey, Friday nights is awesome. We'll be back, rocking. But hey, I really, really look forward to you guys on Friday night, man. It's good content as always, man. You guys kill it and everything. So
Where can we find you, Johnny? Next Friday, where can we find you?
the Jets Worldwide, myself and Snowball will be back. It'll be a little bit different, little piece this time. I think we're gonna kind of conversate in regards a little bit about what we see the state of the Jets currently right now. Kind of our take on stuff. You know me, man. I go off the cuff a lot. I don't, and what I think might work, what I might not. At the end of the day, dude, I'm a fan, and
You're
I
raw
just
dogging it.
a raw dog in it all day, every day. And I want to get Snowball's take because he is one of the guys that's upset about Aaron Rodgers leaving. Like he really, and to be able to have some good convo with him, and as he should be, because I don't fault anybody if they're upset about the whole Aaron Rodgers stuff like that. It's, hey man, that's what you're here for. Go ahead, and if you're pissed,
Johnny,
you're pissed.
what it is, he's up. He feels like, and like many people do, the Jets are throwing away next season. That's where it is.
Yeah.
I wish I could ask him, though, in 2 years what he thinks, because if you keep him in 2 years, you're going to be pissed that you have 50 million dead in 2027 and you have
But you don't.
an expensive core four.
Well, but he was gonna. I mean, the contract was gonna get reworked, right?
Not the dead, though.
Salary cap's going up. Yeah, I know you're more concerned about dead money than I am. 6 out of the highest 9 dead money teams this year were in the playoffs. One of them won the Super Bowl, so it can be done. Saints are in the playoffs for years.
Draft well. Give us a draft.
Then do it. It's not impossible.
Johnny, I don't want to hold you up, brother.
Nah, you're good. I'm just laughing at Murph, bro. Murph got me dying right now over here, bro. My man is like going like this.
No, I'm about to fix some shit. Check this out. Hold up.
Oh,
Hold up.
chesticles.
Let's see if
No, it ain't working, Murph.
Still not going to do it, motherfucker. Why doesn't it do it?
Maybe plug your new camera back in now because it was bugged.
Oh, look at that, man. I like that. I like that.
Scott had to say it.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. I mean,
Might
you
be
know,
some
like
ladies watching, Murph. Show that shit off, man.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Johnny. I feel bad. We're holding you from.
Nah, you guys are not up at all, man. I'm good. They know Murph, Scott. I say this. We have no idea what the hell's going on over there right now, and it kind of feels nice, to be honest with you. It is what it is. It's the life of being a New York Jet fan, and we're still gonna rock with them no matter what. I went ahead and bought that brand new thing over there, and I told myself I wasn't gonna buy nothing new, and I couldn't help but to buy that, man. So, yeah, I appreciate you boys, man. It's always a pleasure coming on here. Anytime, man. I love to come up here and just kick back and talk with you guys and all that, and see Murph's face match his shirt right now, which is great, bro. This made my night, man. This has made my night, dude. I love Murph, man.
I was feeling froggy tonight, dude. I got a little liquor. Let's do it.
Oh
Gotta
man.
Happy Valentine's, Johnny.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Hey, all love to you, brother.
All
Have a
love
good
too,
night,
man. Happy. Hey, I haven't gotten a feet pic from Scott in a while either, too. So I'm kind of sad.
Oh
man.
yeah, they're taken care of lately, Johnny. I'm up here.
Mine aren't as nice.
living in
Sorry,
the
I got calluses.
Algorithm's gonna be lit tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you boys, man. Y'all be good.
Later,
Go
Johnny.
Jets.
All right, go ahead. Now you can do your. Is that how you do it? I don't think I could. I'm doing it right.
Dude, I had to learn that at a young age. I remember seeing who was it? Terry Crews used to do that on like the commercials. And
Oh
stuff.
yeah.
And like when I got into lifting and stuff, and I got like a little bit of muscle, I was like, I had to like figure it out, man. I had to. And then dude, if I'm listening to music, I'll be like doing it to the beat and stuff. It's ridiculous.
Hey, Clancy, the salmon are running though. The feet got to be active. So that's just an inside joke between Clancy and I.
The salmon catchers only come out in summer, he said. Greg, you're right, man. Dude, we are literally hurting more now to feel better sooner. That is it. Like, and Snowball, I'd love to hear his take too, because like the only way he can pitch it to me that would make sense is like we don't deserve to give them more patience. Like they don't like we don't owe it to them to be shittier, like to make it worse before it gets better. But at the same time, like, bro, we have to start paying that dead because our window closed, right? If we have Rodgers or we don't, is our window open anymore? It's closed. It's slammed the fuck shut.
Well, as it turns out, was there ever really a window? It's funny hearing people say, well, 2023 would have been the year. That offensive line would have got Rodgers killed in 2023. And it would have just maybe it would have been more than 4 plays, but probably within 4 games, that dude would have been done for a little while.
I mean, I get that the offensive line was bad that year, but Rodgers does have a quick release. Like he gets the ball out quick.
He would have helped.
So I think that the offensive line wouldn't have looked as bad with him, and we still won 7 games with Garrett or with Zach.
Yeah, but the defense was great, and damn.
I mean, I'm not saying we won a Super Bowl. I'm just saying, like, I feel like we could have won. Like in 2023, if we had Aaron Rodgers, I feel like we could have won 10 games.
Sure.
And we went to the playoffs and broke the damn streak. So that
had he stayed upright.
Yeah. I mean, for the most part, yeah.
But it's funny because after 2023, and most of us said it, him getting hurt showed us the Jets' weaknesses.
Facts.
But then after this year, now I'm hearing people saying, well, 2023 was the year. That was the year we could have made a run. I just think all the way around the team wasn't good.
And that's what people said. We were a quarterback away. Well, in 2023, we were. That doesn't mean like and last off season we were. It's not until we realized we weren't. Like the rest of our team, someone like the floor cracked out from under the rest of our team. But like if we had the defense and the special teams that we had in 2023 in 2024, I'm curious what our record would have been. I think we would have been vying for a wild card spot. I do.
Oh, they'd have made the playoffs.
Yeah, yeah. Comment here from Boomtown. Any one of us concerned? I don't know what he means because this isn't going to happen. But about Roger, if Roger, I guess if Rodgers would have stayed, were you concerned about him being difficult for Glenn and company? And if you were, is that a damning is that damning on their inexperience and lack of confidence that our coaches aren't leaders? Were you concerned with that before you found out that Rodgers wasn't coming back? Were you concerned about there being a tug of war for like who's the leader?
I wasn't, and I actually thought Aaron, well, both the Aarons might be great together because there you go, Murph. There you go.
Yeah, I got it.
They're both old school. I thought they might have been great together. Now, the young offensive guys, who knows? I mean, but I wasn't concerned about that.
Were you, Daniel? Were you concerned before we found out our decision? Were you concerned that Aaron Glenn would have difficulty keeping Rodgers in check?
I mean, define keeping Rodgers in check. Like, do you mean on the field? Do you mean like outside of football? What are you talking about exactly?
Well, here's the specific comment. I interpreted it my way, but I mean, if you want to interpret it any way you'd like, that's fine.
So, okay. Um, to me, if he's talking, if Boom, which by the way, love you, Boom. Happy Valentine's Day, buddy. Um, if he's talking about the coaches not being leaders and things like that, it feels to me like he's more talking about on the field, right? So I can see where there's some concern, like because Rodgers, like when he's on the field, like he will do his own thing. Like he's not afraid to check out of a play. He's not afraid to audible things like that. He's not afraid to just run the show himself if he wants to, um, in a way that can instill a lack of confidence from the offense, right? Like the rest of the players can see that and be like, "Oh man, our OC doesn't know what the fuck he's doing because Rogers just checked out of this play, audible to this, and it worked." I could see where that maybe could do something like that. So, but I don't know that Aaron Glenn was thinking that harshly into it. Like to me, I think Aaron Glenn wanted to just start fresh, right? I don't think it was so much of a like a knock on Rodgers or like a lack of faith in who Rodgers is and the type of guy he is and the culture he brings and things like that. I don't think that's anything to do with it to me. I think that if Glenn really wanted to, he could have got Rodgers on board with the whole thing. I think so. I think Rodgers was open to it. I do. But I think that to me, like Glenn thought that it was best for him to start fresh and build for a year, install his system, install his culture, and let Rodgers have another year with maybe a team that's more prepared and ready, like maybe like the Minnesota Vikings or something, um, that could contend, right? Because Glenn knows that we're not going to contend this year. He's said it in his press conferences. That's why he keeps saying the word sustained success. He's not looking for instant success. He's looking for long-term success. He wants to build this thing and build it right. and Rodgers to him was a move where you're looking for instant success, right? So to me, that's the outlook that Glenn had. So a lack of, like, he thinks that, I don't know that he would think that Rodgers would instill a lack of confidence in our leaders or whatever. Maybe that was part of it. Maybe him checking out of plays and stuff will cause a mistrust in our OC and stuff like that. But there's a lot of factors that go into it. I think for Glenn, it was just simply like he wanted to start fresh and build it the way he wanted to build it.
Yeah, I agree, Murph. And
You,
it's
you
not unusual.
Yeah, and you see that all the time with new regimes. Like even if it makes sense to keep a guy like Rodgers, if you look at it from a wide point of view, it makes sense to keep a guy like Rodgers because even last year, if you look at his stats, they weren't that bad. They weren't great, but they weren't that bad. But it just makes sense to start fresh.
And then there's the financials also, which
Yeah.
obviously weighed into the decision.
Now you're talking Dane's language.
I know. It makes me
Well, this goes right into Clancy's comment. Why not run it back? If we had the defense that we could have, and we have the kicker that's not Greg Zerline's performance level, why couldn't 2025 be special? And I guess I'll start with it. Well, go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
No, okay. I was going to say maybe Glenn has, I mean, I'm sure he's watched a lot of film, and maybe he's looked at the defense and said, we can't fix this defense next year. So why are we trying to bring back the best team possible? It's going to take a couple years to fix it. I mean, I'm putting words in his mouth, obviously. But maybe he just thought it doesn't matter how good our offense is. Not that it was going to be great. But he might have thought, we can't fix it all to be really competitive in 2025. So let's start over now.
And you're losing Reed. You're losing
Maybe sure.
Mosley, Sherwood. Who knows? One of the two. You're losing maybe Tony Adams. Your whole safety room. Like, I think even if you wanted to keep the best parts of it, like, your depth is gonna fall out from under. What do you think, Murph?
What did you just say? I'm sorry, I was zoned out for a second.
Like you said, the best thing is to start fresh. But like, what if like? What's the downside of running it back besides just saying you want to start fresh? Like, we said 2024, we could have won 9, 10, 11 wins if it wasn't for Greg and the D. And if Glenn fixed some of those, would it be worth running back?
So the biggest thing is the money, and that's really the main thing. Like, um, right now, like I said, I've said this many times tonight, to eat your vegetables. Like right now, it's like eat your vegetables this year. Bad quarterback class, right? So instead, we just draft some talent, build the team up, make the team a little more solidified. Free agency and so on. Solidify the team, be a little feisty this year, win your 7 or 8 games, whatever. Um, Maybe even your quarterback next year. And then next year, it's not necessarily an eat your vegetables year, but it's like a not yet year, right? So like whether you have somebody, maybe you give Tyrod another year, right? You extend his contract another year, um, or you pick somebody else up in free agency for a year or something like that, right? And you're a little bit more competitive, like you're feisty, whatever, you're ready. Like by that time, 2027, when there is no Aaron Rodgers money on the table, And 2026, you drafted a quarterback. I forgot to mention that. In 2026, you draft your quarterback, you let him sit, or maybe you start him. I don't know. Maybe you start him, you give him a year of experience under his belt. It's a little up and down roller coaster of a year, how rookie quarterbacks tend to be. 2027, there's no Aaron Rodgers dead money. 2027, you got the money, you got hopefully some picks, whatever. Your team, your culture is set, your system is set. You're ready to go. All you got to do is just you spend all your money. You win now season. 2027 will be win now season. Hopefully your rookie quarterback is good. And that's something that we've faced for our entire lives.
Crapshoot.
You know what I mean? In an entire crapshoot. At some point we have to hit. Jesus Christ, guys. At some point we have to hit. Hopefully your quarterback is good. We're competitive. We got a hell of a team around him, and we make a run. And that's the vision in my mind. Like I feel like that's where Aaron Glenn sees it. The minute that he decided to move on from Aaron Rodgers, I feel like that's exactly what his vision is.
So, Murph,
but I don't know.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Scott.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you heard or were listening, but I was saying maybe Aaron Glenn looked at the Jets and thought it doesn't matter if we bring Rodgers back. We just aren't good enough. The defense isn't going to get better.
Yeah.
We need a couple years to rebuild this thing. Let's start right now. And I'm with Clancy, dude. I want to see him, Rodgers and Adams. So I think the offense could have been good. I think the offensive line is going to be good. Throw a tight end in there. But he might have said, no, it doesn't matter. Rodgers can't save this team.
Yeah, and that's, so that's what I want to ask you. Did you, like, if we brought Rodgers back next season, and let's say Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji, they invest in some things, right? Maybe they get like a third edge rusher, back Morgan Moses. They get another receiver, let's say like a Jacoby Jones, like a wide receiver 2 type. Make a couple more moves on defense, maybe pick up a safety that's starting caliber. They draft a defense. Let's say they draft Mason Graham or whatever. They build some stuff, right? And they keep Aaron Rodgers. Do you think that we're actually competitive next season? Do you think that we're a playoff team, Scott?
I think it could have been.
Really?
Sure. Yeah. I think the Jets could have been had a shot at it, but
I don't
know.
Do you care?
Me?
And let me elaborate. Like, if you can't win it all, if you're the 2024 Houston Texans,
how great would that be for the New York fucking Jets?
But okay, if you have a young quarterback and like build a jump, if it's a jumping off point, I'm thrilled. If it's a all in as much as you could get, and that's like,
I'm not
whatever.
one that sees not winning a championship as a failure season. One team gets to win every year. We might not ever see the Jets win another Super Bowl, but can we go to the playoffs? Can we maybe make an AFC championship game? I
don't
see. That's different, but like I don't want to get pumped and like, yes, we made the playoffs and we just lose. Like if we win one and then lose, okay. But if you just go 0-1 in the playoffs, dude, I'd rather just be 6-12.
Are you no bullshit? I'm calling total bullshit on that. 100% bullshit.
If you have a young QB, different story. But if you got a 41-year-old quarterback,
what's his age at? What does it matter?
Because you know that you can't build off of it. It's you're maxed out. Like what's the point of maxing out at one playoff game? I
First of all, you make the playoffs. It's a new season. Who knows? Who knows? And
yeah,
fucking Jets. That would be a great season just to make the playoffs. I mean, come on. Let's
You
be
could
real
have
here.
left it at that. Fucking Jets.
Well, everyone understands that.
Yeah. But no,
wild waves
so
with me.
Dane,
Well, yeah.
I feel like Dane, the way he's thinking about it is the right way. But Jesus Christ, dude, 14 seasons. Like, let's just make the play. I don't care if we're 1-out. Let's break that streak.
Exactly.
Can we
And
not fucking make the playoffs and earn just the tiniest little modicum of fucking respect? You know, like, can we not just do that? Like, I don't care what it takes.
and
I
that would
love
be
that.
that would be so good for the young players just to get to play beyond the regular season. I mean, that gives them hope for the future, which there really isn't still.
I feel you. It would be nice. I don't know. I guess I'm jealous because we still can't do it with a quarterback that's not on their fifth contract. Like, I don't know. Frustrating.
So
But like, if our
now it's back to a career backup and then a young guy on his first contract that may or may not be good. That's the way it is.
what else you gonna? Hey, you got a better idea?
I don't have a better idea. Well, I mean, it's overpay a free agent quarterback that maybe has a chance to be good. When we talked about Trevor Lawrence, I'm not a Trevor Lawrence guy. I don't want him, but there's a lot of people that still think highly of him. And Murph, there's talk in 49er world about a trade Lawrence for Purdy.
Are you serious?
I read it today. But you know how all that shit goes. Mostly bullshit, probably. But if it was easy to do, they would have done it.
Boomtown, I want to reply to you. And Daniel said it right. Like, the goal is to win it all, man. If we if we go one and done in the playoffs in a way that you can build on it, awesome. But a 14-year-old, like, look around the landscape, man. People are like blasted. Who cares about this drought, man? It doesn't help us now. It doesn't help us next year. Like, I want sustained success and I want to build off a Super Bowl appearance. I don't want to push all my chips in the middle just to say we clinched a playoff berth and then get embarrassed and ushered out of the dance. Like, and that was in regards to doing it with Rodgers and barely doing it. Like, if we get, I don't know, Justin Fields and Travis and they make the playoffs, I am ecstatic. If we, yeah, I don't know. I'm flippant because I could give a fuck about a playoff appearance that is 60 minutes long.
Well, first of all, it builds hope, it builds culture, the wins, the play, getting to the playoffs, things like that. There's something in that. But also, there's more stats out there than just Super Bowl appearances, Super Bowl wins. Right? There is playoff appearances, you know. There's wild card appearances, wild card wins, playoff wins, right? Even beyond that, when you make the playoffs, maybe the Bills have a down season. Maybe we win the division. We've only done that 4 times ever. I would love to see that be 5 times. I would so much love to see. I don't give a shit if it was a 10-8, 10-7 season. Like, fuck it, dude. If we win the division, we win the division. I'll take it. I'm just saying, like, we are in fucking embarrassing right now. Like, if you look at the
Yeah.
history of the New York Jets, we are absolutely embarrassing. 4 division wins. We're one of the older teams in the league. It's not like we're like the Jaguars that was born in 1991 or something. Like, we've been around since like the 60s. It's absolutely ludicrous. So to me, I'll take any of those little like participation trophies you'll give me, dude. If you'll give me a stat that said I made the Super Bowl, one more time than I did, last year, I'll take it. If you give me a stat that says I won the division one more time than I did last year, I'll take it. Like, I'm tired of having like our entire franchise over the course of history has a losing record. Like, if we can inch our way up towards that neutral at the very least, I'll take it. You know, anything better than what we've had, right? I'll take. So to me, I get it. Like I said, Dane, the way you look at it is probably the correct way. Super Bowl or bust. Like, you should win excuse me, you should win Super Bowls. You're probably right, man. But to me, I'll take any little bit of success I can get.
You got to walk before you run. And making the playoffs is something to build on, no matter who the quarterback is, no matter who the coach is. It's a start.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with anything you guys are saying. I just think that there's a huge difference between getting a second playoff game and just only having one. Only having one, I don't think is nothing.
Okay.
If you get two, big difference. One, you may not have even proved like you belonged in it. You know what I mean?
Well, so Dane, what if they'd have played open with Buffalo and lose a tough game? 27-24.
Context matters. I guess this all boils down. I mean, how all in are you going in 2025 then? Because it sounds like you guys are mortgaging 2026 and 7 just to push.
No.
No, see, my plan that I detailed earlier, if you don't remember correctly, Dane, was to trade back, which I know you love. I know
Hey,
you love
everybody rewind and watch the whole show.
that. Yeah, watch the entire show and watch me get fucking plastered, as I'm trying to do. Um, my plan earlier was to trade back or trade your second round pick, whatever you can do to get a first next year, even if it's 32. It's still a first. Like, it's important because that gives you the opportunity to trade up next year if you need to, or if you want to, or whatever. So even if you do make the playoffs and you're 20 or 21, next year, if you have another first, you might be able to get up to 9 or so. You know what I mean? In a quarterback heavy draft, you might still be able to get a guy that's worth picking, right? That's just the way I look at it. Thoughts, Dane? I love
I don't know.
the back and forth on it, dude.
All I'm saying is, if I don't know, is there an old quarterback this year that made the playoffs and went one and done?
The smell of a 4-win season just showed up.
Russ? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Jake's the most positive out of all of us right now.
I don't know. I think they need to win games. They need to.
And I get the managing the toxicity versus competing. All I'm saying is you can compete this year. That's fine. I just don't want to be financially taxing and put all these all these draft pick capitals and all this into this year when I just want to plug a few holes and really do it next year. And I get it. The worse you are this year, the worse the vibes will be. But you can get cheap guys that still are about that life and are still like willing to be like hungry. I want hungry. I don't want household
Yeah.
because
JFN
household.
talking about, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah. No
fairly cheap
Tyra.
player that is nitty gritty, gets the job done. I totally get what you're saying, but
Yeah,
what I was saying was not to put all your draft capital into this year. I'm talking about like I said, trade back next year or trade your second round for a first next year. Like the whole conversation got brought up because we were talking about bringing Aaron back or not, and bringing Aaron back, which I admit I was 50-50 on. I could see either way. Um, but bringing Aaron back and like making the playoffs and being one and done, because that's likely what would have happened next season, regardless of what we did with the picks or free agency or anything. Like this team needs work. I think we all can admit that, right? That defense needs a turnaround right now. Like I don't know what the hell happened.
I do.
Um,
Joe killed the line of scrimmage on the defensive side of the ball.
yeah, and
One
JJ
year
going down
turned a
was
strength
brutal.
into a weakness.
Yeah, yeah, JJ going down was brutal too. So
That
that
hurt. That hurt for sure.
rough. So yeah, like you said, that had a play in it, but also I do feel like when we fired Sala like 5 games into the season or something like that, I feel like there was a drop off after that too,
For
because Sala
sure.
is a good defensive coach. I don't think anybody can deny that. Um, Regardless, what I'm saying is, I'll take the playoffs. If we had brought Aaron back, I would have taken the playoffs this coming year. I'm not saying you invest all your resources into it. I'm just saying that if you brought Aaron back, like there was a chance. Right now, I don't feel like with Tyrod or Justin Fields there is a chance. If you can do it, hell yeah, fucking do it.
yeah,
But like
right.
but like no matter what, you got to keep your eye on the future. And I've preached this entire show. This almost 3 hours now. I've said,
Mhm.
get that extra first if you can next year, so
Yes.
I
that
like
way you can do it. Hold on, I got
I
you,
like
Scott.
I like that thing Dane sent us earlier, man. If that could happen, all for it.
What?
Trading a second or
Yeah.
something. But thing is, everyone knows next year's draft is stronger, so probably
Yeah.
will
for,
never
for
happen.
quarterbacks
Well,
at least.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. If you have a quarterback, you may rather have the pick this year. But Murph, I agree with you. The only thing that I would add is that it scares me what we would have to put in this year with 90 some million dead now that we cut Rodgers. And when we get rid of Devontae, like 100 million dead or whatever, it scares me what we would have to invest in order to field a playoff caliber roster in 2025. Because I think we would be robbing from our future in order just to end the drought.
I get what you're saying, but I don't think I think that it would be possible with the talent that we have on our team right now if we just add a couple small, like I'm not saying big time signings in free agency. I'm talking about just like starter level players. If you get good coaching, dude, you can make the playoffs. Like we have talent on this team. I know you're down on Brees. I'm down on Brees too, but he's still a talented player. You never know if he's going to pop off for 200 yards, rushing and receiving. Like um Garrett Wilson still can pop off for 150 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns. Like Quentin Williams can have 3.5 sacks in a game.
Yeah.
JJ have a 1.5 sacks and just completely obliterate the run game. And Will McDonald can have 2.5. Like we have pieces. Like we're not completely bare covered, is what I'm saying. So like with Aaron coming back next year, as long as the offensive line keeps them protected, and we pick up a couple pieces, a safety and another D tackle for not too expensive, but like not too cheap, whatever. You know, you could make the playoffs next year. But we didn't bring Aaron back, so it's a whole moot point.
Right.
I
Yeah.
love the discourse that we had. I think it was great. Um, right now, at this point, like I said, it's an eat your veggies year.
Well, here's the thing, also, Murph. We got, you talk about offense, defense, special teams, whatever. We got rid of the worst part of the team. That was a coaching staff.
Yeah.
Now, who knows
Yeah.
if they'll be good or not? I don't know. But can we say the Jets probably had the worst coaching staff in the NFL?
You know what? Good point,
Not a-
because that pushes me right into this little nugget from this week, Scott. So excellent point by you. We added John Berger to this staff, a game management coach. What do you
Okay.
think about changing that up or adding? I don't even know if we had one last year, but the point is we have one now. He's different and hopefully more talented. At least he's someone that Aaron Glenn can trust. What do you think of that? Yeah, what do you think of that? Because he was the VP of replay.
So I'm not like I'm actually kind of, I don't know. I'm kind of 50 on the like analytics stuff. Like I feel like it has its place, but you can't like let it dominate your culture building, your team building and things like that, because at some point like your eye tells you like that's a ball player, that's not a ball player, right? Like it doesn't matter stats, it doesn't matter like third down percentage of like if like this guy's hitting the A gap, blah 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 blah. It doesn't matter. Like at some point you can just tell by watching the game and watching the player. So I don't think analytics should rule your team, but I do think that you should incorporate it into your team. So I'm not at all against having a guy that comes in for game management, which, likely that's like heavily involved in clock management, decisions on like, like challenges and things like that. So like I'm with it. Basically, I went into a whole dialogue. I'm with it. Scott?
Could it concern you that maybe Aaron Glenn isn't real confident in being able to manage some of these aspects that many head coaches do?
Good follow.
I don't have a problem with it, to be honestly. I think every team should employ a clock management specialist. In fact, I always thought I should have that job. But
you know what's nice?
Mm.
And that's an excellent question. You know what's nice is he's doing the reverse Ulbrich. Ulbrich got all these added responsibilities and he was in over his head and he didn't say nothing. He just went with it. Aaron Glenn is coming in with more responsibilities and he's getting extra guys that he may not even need to help him divide the load. Like,
But-
to me, home run.
But was Brick really going to be given that option to bring in some help?
Yeah, I mean, like 6, 7 games into the season, like are they hiring a guy for something like that? Does he even know a guy to hire? Who knows? But I will say that like if I put myself in that position and like I'm the head coach, and we get into like 4th and 1 on the opponent's 35. I'm not upset over the fact that I have a guy in my ear that says, if we go for it on 4th down compared to doing a field goal, we have a 42% success rate, whatever, I'm not upset over hearing that extra little stat in my head before I make my decision, right?
Right.
So that's why I'm a fan of the hire, having a guy like that, because like those analytics guys, like if you're 50-50 on something and you're like, maybe I'll go for it, but at the same time, maybe I should just take the three, whatever. Having that guy that back there that says, you got 42% success rate, or, um, if you run it up the A gap, you have a 78% success rate, whatever it may be. I'm just spitballing here. Um, I'm not against that at all. Like, I think that's actually a pretty good idea to have a guy like that.
Yeah,
He doesn't
maybe
make the
maybe he would have
decisions
said,
for you. He just helps you figure it out.
maybe he would have said, if you put Conklin under center to run a sneak, you have a 0% success rate. I don't know if you guys remember that play. That was one of the doozies. One of the doozies this year.
I do.
Maybe he saw how little Dan Campbell consulted these guys, and he said, I'm not going to do it like that. I'm not just going to play with my heart and go for it all the time. I
I
need
agree with that.
a sense of like a voice of reason in my ear, like Murph said. Like, hey, he may not listen to the guy. It's just a matter of being presented with the figures when it's necessary. And hey, he might know within the flow of the game what to do, but like sometimes you just got too much on your plate.
I know if I'm a coach, I'm aggressive. Like, I know that that's who I am. Like, if I'm a coach, I'm aggressive. I'm going for it on fourth downs, like even in my own territory. like I know that I'm aggressive. So if I have a guy telling me in my ear, like, you only have a 27% chance of, you know, getting converting this first down based on, like the analytics and the game pattern and whatever, like, it makes me take a step back, take a breath, and think about it more than if I were just by myself and I'm like, you know what, fuck it, like, go for it. Like, I trust my guys.
I do. I do have a couple more tweets I want to just burn. Um, let me throw one up here. This one is from Chad Forbes with the draft. He said, expect the Jets to attack safety in free agency, potentially add two starting caliber safeties, a position emphasized in the new scheme. Past regime did not allocate big money to the position. Division rival Javon Holland could be a centerpiece for Glenn Wilkes, or local guy Andre Cisco, whom I don't know, but thoughts on A, beefing up how much you pay attention to the safety position, and B, thoughts on Javon Holland.
So
Well,
go ahead, Scott, if you want to start.
I was going to say, well, Dan, I brought him up a couple months ago, and he's a duck, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. So I think you're crazy if you don't want Javon Holland on your team. I know he had a little bit of a down year this last year, but so did the Dolphins in general, right? Like, the team's success also reflects on player success, like, a lot of the time. I went through like the top 100 PFF free agents, and I just like thoroughly looked them over and decided on like guys that I was comfortable with us bringing in, right? Like, now I didn't go as far as to like Steve Wilkes' scheme and how they fit in it. I don't know
Right.
that. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you and tell you I know all that. That would take a lot of research. And we don't know how Steve Wilkes, like, he's been a very open guy to changing his scheme up. Javon Holland, top of my list. I have it on my notes app right here. Like, guys that I want on the Jets. Now, I don't want all these guys. Like, we wouldn't be able to afford them all. Just guys that I'm comfortable with bringing in. Javon Holland, top of my list. I think that we need to prioritize safety. We haven't done it in years. The whole time Joe Douglas was here, like, he did not give a shit about safeties. And I'm sorry, if you got a good ball hawking safety, a good playmaking safety, it can make the difference in a game. I'm sorry, that's how it is. I got Javon Holland. I got Cameron Bynum. I think would make a solid safety for us. I got Trevon Merrick, and I got Andre Cisco. That was another one that was mentioned in the tweet. Those are the 4 guys that I got my eye on in free agency. Maybe next show we'll go into my entire list. We'll go into the maybe not next show, but when we get a little closer to free agency and we see who's still available and stuff like that.
You got Jeremy Chin on there anywhere?
I don't.
Oh, come on now.
And you know, I like Jeremy Chin, but I don't know how Wilkes would use him. I'm not sure that
Right.
like he was perfect in Dan Quinn, like in his system. He was like he's good in a guy like a guy like Brian Flores. He would be perfect in a system like that. I don't know about Wilkes though. That was what turned me off. I was like, I don't know if Wilkes would use him right. So that's the only reason I didn't put him on the list. I do like Jeremy Chin.
More of a
But
box
those are the
guy.
4 guys. Those are the 4 guys I like. I think we need to prioritize safety.
I like it. I like it a lot. Speaking of next week, the week after, if you're here this late, I'm sure you've already smacked the like button, hit the subscribe button, but you also get to hear about programming notes. And that is that next week we get Jets Chaos in the Danger Zone. Yeah, buddy. Get your asses here next Friday night at 9 p.m. Eastern for Jets Jeremy Chaos. The week after, Dom C. So the double whammy. And that leads us right into the scouting combine, guys. We're going to have Dom C right smack dab in the middle of the Underwear Olympics. So what better time to have him? Let me get this tweet off the screen. I think we might have maybe 1 or 2 more. I'm trying to work them in when they make sense. And I think this one makes sense because it's pertaining to the Eagles, Scott. What do you know about the Eagles that's relevant to you?
I know they got a defensive lineman that wants to go somewhere and get paid. God, his name is slipping my mind right now.
Sweat?
No.
Graham? No.
He's trying to figure out if he's going to retire or not. Dang it.
The chat can help us out. I was actually thinking about the fact that you were 2 behind in the Danger Zone Predictum.
Oh, let's hear it, Dane.
Yeah, dude. Hey, you came from behind to tie it up with the Eagles' victory over the Chiefs, and the tiebreaker was that you had to select the MVP of the Super Bowl, and you nailed that too, brother. You were the winner of the Danger Zone Pick'em.
Well, you know what? You could have taken the easy way out.
Hey, hush. Don't even say it. Nope. You win, brother.
Mm-hmm.
No, dude, I use my brain instead of my heart. My heart won the Eagles.
Thought you was gonna win. I respect that.
Yes. I could have made it not fun and just said, I'll just pick the underdog, so y'all are screwed. That's different, dude. Murph said it. He said, you pick who you think's gonna win. And I did that, and I picked the Chiefs. And boy, did they not just lose, but they made it the most boring Super Bowl I think I've ever seen.
Wasn't I the only one that picked the Eagles?
You were the only one in the top 4 that were within striking distance. Was that not the most, like, you tell me though, am I overstating it saying that it's the most boring Super Bowl I've seen?
Well, you guys might be a little too young to remember some of the Super Bowls in the 80s when like the 49ers were beating Denver 55-10, stuff like that. There used to be, the Super Bowl used to be shitty most years. But
I mean, I'm 56. How old are you?
get the fuck out of here. I kind of enjoyed it myself.
Did you? Well, yeah. I mean, you enjoyed the beatdown that they deserved, but it sucked that it was on that. Well, I guess it didn't suck. Murph, talk to me. Like, what did you think about that Super Bowl?
So it was interesting. We don't normally, like you said, we don't normally see Super Bowls that are blowouts. That's pretty rare nowadays. Like usually they're pretty good games, at least within a score or two of each other, and that was not at all. I don't care if Mahomes was bombing it late in the game; it was still not even. Um, it was crazy to see because the Chiefs usually make it work, man, and they just fell apart, dude. Their defense, their offense too, like, and maybe that was a sign of things to come because their offense wasn't good all year, and throwing that pick six and stuff. That to me was the point right there. It was like once they threw that pick six, it was like, oh, for the Chiefs. And like you said, like I was trying to think with my head instead of my heart. Most of us we're over the Chiefs being in the Super Bowl. We're over them winning the Super Bowl. We're over the Swifties and all that. Travis Kelce saying everybody doubts us, and it's like, dude, you just won a fucking Super Bowl. How the hell are people doubting you? Like, we're over that, right? A lot of people don't like Mahomes either. I don't hate Mahomes though. I don't know why people hate him so much. Maybe it's
Nah.
his wife. I don't know, but I don't think he's a bad guy. Um, so a lot of us were like, screw the Chiefs. We want the Eagles to win. But at the same time, the Eagles fans, it was like the worst possible team to win or the worst possible fan base to win. And it's like, ugh, we really have to choose, you know? Because the Eagles fans are just awful, man. They're horrible. Howie Roseman has a gash in his head right now because the Eagles fans suck that bad. It's ridiculous, but I it's not I almost would have rather seen the Chiefs win another one just to have three-peated whenever Tom Brady never did.
That's the thing.
That was something that was always in my head is I was like, oh, man, I kind of want them to win one more and then lose next year. You know what I mean? Like not, but whatever. At the same time, the Eagles won it. They shut up Kelsey and Swifties and company. Hopefully Kelsey retires. I'm sick of him already.
I wish,
And
honestly, I wish Jason won it though with the Eagles. I wish
yeah,
he stuck
Yeah,
around.
they
yeah,
should have won.
I like Jason. I don't like Travis so much.
They should have won that game.
Let me ask you guys this though. I mean, the whole basis of me bringing this up. I mean, not to just give Scott flowers because I did want to do that before the end of the night, but like,
Thank you, Dane.
do,
It is Valentine's Day. You didn't,
facts.
you didn't send me chocolate. You better give me some flowers.
Hey, now I got you, bro.
There you go, Murph.
Is there an asterisk at all though on their victory, considering that they pretty much like they literally took every loophole they could find to get there. 390 million allocated to void years. Like, do you think that in the average fan's mind that matters? Like, does it matter to you guys? Does it matter to them? Where are you at? Because like even the Huff deal, like 3/4 of Huff's contract is paid after the dude's gone from Philly. Like they did that with Hertz's deal. They did that with all these guys to where their salary is cheap when they're playing with the Eagles, but the moment they leave, all the real salary hits. Is that messed up? Where are you guys at with that?
Sounds like Dodgers stuff.
I've never loved the whole void years thing. Like I feel like if you have a contract, let's say 30 million for 3 years, you pay 10 million to a man, 10 million. Unless you structure it like 6 million, 12 million, 14 million, whatever it may be. Um I've never loved how teams are doing that. For a long time I didn't know it was possible until this whole void years thing started. And the Buccaneers are the one, with Tom Brady, are the ones that started that. I feel like, or at least brought it to light because they were doing it with everybody. don't love it, but it's within the rules currently. So the Eagles did nothing wrong, right? You know, they did what it took to win a Super Bowl. They did, they moved their cap around. They managed shit to where it fit, and they still had the players that they could, they needed to win a Super Bowl. At some point, it will bite them in the ass. You can only kick the can so far down the road, you know.
And we would love the Jets to do the same damn thing, wouldn't we?
If we had enough talented players to where and a quarterback to where we felt like we could do it,
But I'm including their results in that.
Mm.
Paid off for a ring. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. And dude, if you got a ton of void years cap going on and you win a Super Bowl, who gives a shit? Right?
Dane would.
F them picks. F that cap.
Dane would be worried about the future.
Dane would be sweating.
Hey, bro.
Even during the Super Bowl.
When
Dane would enjoy it for 5 minutes and then be like, oh, the numbers would be like floating in his head. Oh no, what are we gonna do in 2048?
You know why? Because they owe us 2 or 3 of them, not one.
Dane is my capologist, though. So all the money questions go to Dane.
Oh, bro, every signing though, there's always that fine print bullshit where it's like, it's just like Huff, 3 for 51 million. That's 17 million a year. Why is he only making 4 or 5 this year? Well, it's because they massage shit. And it's like the Saints, right? The Saints are notorious for doing it, but like they just haven't seen the success. But eventually, the Eagles will have to pay the piper. I guess they're hoping that it's when they're just tanking one year,
Well, and they're also counting on salary cap continuing to rise and, managing it that way. But it's all the Dodgers with Ohtani. You guys have seen his contract stuff, right?
The deferred payments or whatever.
I mean, he got didn't he get paid like $1 million last year when he had like a however many $1 million contract? I mean, hundreds of millions, right?
And they're still picking up guys.
Yeah,
picking up studs like the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I've always had a problem with baseball for that reason, dude. Like I used to hate the Yankees because I felt like they were buying championships.
Yeah.
Now you got the Red Sox doing it now too. It's like I can't even watch baseball, man, because of that shit.
So you guys probably saw that Dolphins are already cutting ties with some people.
No.
Yeah,
Mostert. Corner, one of their corners. I think Monday isn't Monday the day when they can kind of what's the term for it?
Tampering?
They can kind of negotiate
legal tampering.
Official.
Legal tampering period?
Legal tampering. Yeah.
That's not till March.
Yeah.
But they did cut 3 guys today, and Mostert was one of them. That's the only one I remember.
Yeah, I saw Mostert, but well, let me speaking of cuts and cap, and I mean right into it. I got one. I think one. This might be my last tweet, but Dom C. He made 5 basic moves to get us from 20 million to about 80. And he cut Rodgers, obviously. He cut/traded Devontae. He cut Lazard. That might be a controversial decision. He cut Xavier Gibson. And he did what I've been screaming. And he extended AVT. That gets us from 20 million to 80, which I think is much more palatable.
Where's Clemens?
Yeah, Clemens is that's adding to the 77 mil. But just these 5 moves alone, all the way to 77, does that change your perception of what this free agency period could be? That dollar amount?
Well, Holland, hey, get him in here. Spend some money on a safety. And I know he's going either way on it, but who's going to trade for Adams when they know the Jets are going to have to cut him?
Fair. I mean, if we cut him though, there's probably 20 teams that are bidding for him. That's the only thing I'd say.
Well, that's true.
But you're not going to get very much for
No.
him because he needs restructured and shit too, and he didn't like where he's going, in my opinion.
Lazard is obvious. Gibson's obvious to Dom, but who was it we were talking about earlier that said
Samini.
Yeah.
Samini thinks they'd keep him, but I don't even know how much you're saving with that move. Does he not even? He doesn't even make a lot, does he?
I wouldn't think so.
No, but the AVT is key because his option year is 100% cap. So if you can extend him, you're bringing his cap number way down. Where you got like? Do you? I forget what you got. Does anybody want to force him to play this year before signing him? Because if you force him to play, then you may have to outbid other teams.
Yeah. You know what? If the new team physician, I'm assuming, are there new team doctors, training staff, all that? Maybe not.
I haven't heard, but they're open to it, I'm sure.
I would want their opinion. Can he stay? Do you think he can stay healthy? Is there something to be concerned of? Blah, 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 blah. I mean, love to keep him around, but he's got to stay on the field.
So my thing is like the post first, like, is it worth it to do a post first cut?
It is for certain guys, but you can only do it for two. But it does, yeah, it does make a difference. Like if you ever go to Spot Track and that drop down, like it makes a big difference for some contracts. But think about it, like if you can only do two post June 1st cuts prematurely. You can only do two. Otherwise, you have to wait until June 1st. And that means you don't have that money for free agency. You have to wait until after the draft, all the way until June.
All right.
So, like, it's worth it financially, but then you get the money, but you can't even spend it because there's no one left. But if you can do it for two guys, using it for like a Rodgers and a Devontae would be worth it. Yeah.
But doesn't that shove the money further down the road though? Like it doesn't actually get rid of any money, does it? Am I wrong?
It depends on the contract. With Rodgers, if you don't do it, then you have to pay all of it in 2025. That's the way his deal is. If you do post 6-1, you can spread it out over 2 years.
Put it up, yeah.
So yes, you kick it down the road, but if you don't, that's too much on his deal to take all at once. But like a small timer, it might not be too much to do that way.
So to me, like if I'm getting rid of Rodgers, to me, I just want to like eat it now and get it done with.
That's
what
50 million.
I'm thinking.
That's $50 million.
Yeah, I know.
Well, get it done with.
And then you got to replace him. So says you guys.
But do you? I mean, if you're willing to go with Tyrod, do you?
Not
honestly, I don't want to not have to pay all 50 right now to replace him. I want to use it for secondary pieces on 2 to 3 year deals that'll be here to like the right guy. Like I want a linebacker, I want a corner, I want a safety that'll like that are our new guys to build. I still want to go cheap at quarterback. If we pay all of Rodgers, yeah, we have more in 2026, but then we're fishing out of one free agency pool. I
We,
want to
I
I
mean,
want to fish out of this one and next year.
so you want to be able to get Javon Holland.
Maybe,
I mean,
maybe.
just any a good
Yeah,
players.
or I want to keep Sherwood, or I want to bring back Kinlaw. No, I'm just kidding. But I want to get a few key guys on not rental deals. I want to get them on longer deals that are. I want to fish the secondary market for 3 year deals. I don't want to go primary market rentals. I want to go secondary longer deals and more of them. But if it, like I said, if you pay off Rodgers all, that's fine. But the cupboard's going to be bare this September.
I don't like, I'm with you. Like, I don't think that we should go after any big time guys this free agency. To me, like, yeah, I would love Javon Holland, but like, it's a little bit of a pipe dream. You never know. Maybe he'll take a cheaper contract. Who knows? Um, but I think pretty much all we're going to do this offseason in the free agency is pick up like the JFM type players, like the gritty guys that like aren't necessarily getting paid a ton, but they do a lot of work. Like, whether it's noticeable or not, like, to me, that's who you're going after this year because you're eating that 50 mil.
Yeah, yeah. Um, are you keeping a Sherwood? Are what? Uh, I don't know what Atlanta bids for him. I don't know what Sala cares for him. I mean, hell, from all I know, like from what I hear, Greenlaw might be walking from San Francisco. Do
Yeah.
you do you care if Sherwood walks? And we're winding down here, folks. If you have any great questions, throw them in the chat. You might get us to stay on a little longer, but it is dying off here. So, um, what do you guys like? Is Sherwood your number one keep? Where does that stack up against Morgan Moses? Where does that stack up against I don't know, an Eccles, an Adams, a Reed, because if you let Sherwood walk, maybe you keep Reed. I mean, where are you guys at? Or just go ahead and say, fuck it, let's go get some Denver Broncos and Detroit Lions, who are our new front office is more familiar with and more confident that can play in their system. New blood.
Well,
I
back to that. Are we doing a alliance system?
I don't know. I guess I don't know. Just is there a guy you're dying to retain?
I mean, the guy that I'm dying. It depends how expensive Sherwood really is. You know, inside linebackers don't usually get paid that much. Um, he had a pretty good season, but at the same time, he also led the league in missed tackles last year. I don't know if you guys knew that, but
Mm-mm.
that's something in negotiations they can hold against him. So, is he going to get paid that much? I don't know. Generally, I think they're going to search for their guys. I don't know that they're going to be so interested in keeping the guys that's been here because did that work last year? You know, Did that actually work, guys? Come on. So, there's probably going to be a lot of guys that we haven't even heard of. You know,
Hey,
guys'
Milton
names
Williams.
that we're like, who the fuck is this? You know what I mean? And then we find out, like, oh, okay, like that's a solid contributing player. You know, but we didn't know him because we don't know all 32 teams, every second and third string player, and I mean, nobody knows all that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Say what you said again, Scott.
Milton Williams is the Eagles' defensive lineman um, that is a free agent. And FYI, Becton's a free agent. Just kidding. Don't throw
Yeah.
potatoes at me. But he is. But yeah, Milton Williams, and he's going to get a payday though. And once again, back to something Murph has mentioned. How does what he does fit what the Jets defense is going to do next year? I don't know. But good player, free agent.
Yeah, Wild Waves says it sucks that we developed Sherwood and we're gonna lose him. Sherwood playing next to Fred Warner. Hey, we
I'll
might
take
get that. You take Greenlaw? Yeah,
I
yeah,
take Greenlaw, dude.
so yeah,
That dude's a ball player if he can be healthy.
maybe Greenlaw is cheaper than Sherwood. But like, there's other
Yeah.
guys in free agency that are talented players, right?
I
You
do
know,
think.
I
Here's
saw
another one.
I saw Charvarius Ward as a potential. Like, I was watching a video yesterday about potential free agencies, like free agents and like landing spots for him and stuff. And the guy was saying that Charvarius Ward's likely going to have a cheaper deal than DJ Reed, and we could possibly bring him in.
Yeah.
I don't think that's likely, but like maybe a guy like I'm pretty high on Paulson Adebo from the Saints. I think that'd be an excellent CB2 for us. I think he's a
Yeah.
stud, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm kind of holding out hope that we get Mosley for 1 year, just because it's 80% paid for, and we don't know if his health will hold up or not. But like, if he walks, he's getting 12 million. If he stays, he's getting like 15. So like, yeah, give him the 3 and he can actually help us mold this team for the future.
Yeah.
But if he walks, man, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah. He's like having a coach on the roster too. Zach Bond is a free agent.
Yes,
But
that's
he's
a good
also
one.
player of the year. I don't know if we're going to be able to afford that.
Well, I don't know. But good player.
You're right. You're right about that.
I guess going back to that age-old question though, like, if you got one premium piece, do you add it to the front 7 or the back end? Man,
I'd add it to the front. I mean,
I th-
based on what we just saw, if you could get, man,
yeah,
premium piece up front,
and it could be
harder. Those guys are harder to find. They really are. The big guys are harder to find.
yeah. I don't know, man. It's tough because, like, I feel like if you added, say, you took number 7 overall and you add it to the D line, I think that D line unit could be elite. But if you took number 7 and you took a stud on the back end, I think the back end could be elite. So, like, what's more valuable, having an elite D line or an elite back end?
So are you talking like drafting Johnson and then signing Holland and all of a sudden having,
You could do that.
man, there's 3 out of 4 potential studs right there, right?
or you take a Mason Graham and you add, I don't know, a depth edge guy, or you take an edge at 92. Um, I don't know. Like,
You sign Javon Holland and then draft a Will Johnson.
yeah,
That's what I just did, Murph. That
What if
was my
that?
3 out of 4.
Yeah.
Right there.
What kind of secondary is that? My God.
I mean, if you, but then someone like Devil's Advocate would say, well, if you want a wide receiver two that's worth their salt, you're going to have to pay them 20 some mil a year. So you got to draft the weapon.
Well, look, reality is they're not going to plug all the holes.
No.
It's not going to happen. There's just too many. Obviously, assuming Adams is gone, which I think we all are assuming, they got a weak ass receiver room. I mean, it's Garrett and a bunch of who's who.
Yeah.
Who?
One thing I will say is that there are some quality guys in the second and third round for wide receiver.
Yeah. Well, there's so many good receivers coming out these days. I
And
mean,
the tight ends are real deep too. Tight ends.
So you look at that, and it's hard to pass on an impact defensive player.
I was Team Tet last week. Mason Graham's creeping up for me. But I think if both guys are gone, say the quarterback slide, I think in the town, like say Carter goes and Mason Graham goes and Tet McMillan and Travis Hunter and maybe Cam Ward, that's 5. All I'm saying is if it's QB2 corner, I'm gonna try to slide, man. Who wants that second quarterback? Who wants that corner? And I'm not saying like nobody's gonna come up from 18. Like, and that's what people poo-poo right away. No one was gonna trade up in this draft. Someone might trade up from 9 to 7, or from 10 to 7, and I would sign up for that. Well, hell, we slid one slot last year, and we got, what do we get? We got Isaiah Davis and we got Stiggers just for a 1-pick slide, and we still got our guy. I think those are 2 decent players. Like, so you slide 3 or 4 spots, the other team would actually just come up that far.
Who did the other team get?
Minnesota, they got a quarterback, JJ McCarthy.
Oh. Yeah.
So do that again. Who wants to come up for Sanders, or who wants to come up for Will Johnson, Will Campbell? There's too many Wills in this draft, by the way.
And there's unexpected things that happen.
Yeah,
I mean, who saw Penix getting drafted last year by Atlanta after the deal they did? I mean, every year, usually it involves the Raiders, but something happens every year that's unexpected.
And I talked to you guys about this earlier in the week, but I really want to drive this point home is how. Hold on, tell me when you see this. It's loading. Winding down, folks. Hit the like button, hit subscribe, and submit your final comments to the chat. Let's try it again. Can you see it? Okay. I want to drive point how valuable pick 7 is. Pick 7 is the equivalent of every single yellow team's entire draft. So, knowing we have as many holes as we have, we talked about it all night, guys. How can you stand here and say, yeah, let's take a need at 7, or let's take a corner at 7, when you know that theoretically, now you couldn't But theoretically, you could trade that number 7 pick to any of the yellow teams and get all their picks. That's how valuable it is. How can you tell me that sliding back is not the move when it's this valuable?
I've never told you that.
Yeah. Sliding back, man.
To me, it depends on like who's there, right? Like it depends on how the draft falls. Like if you have a blue chip guy right there at 7, like it's hard to trade back, man. Like if you
True.
have a guy that you know is going to be a stud, if you have like let's say you think that Will Johnson is the next Patrick Surtain or Sauce Gardner or something like that, like why would you pass on him? Why?
Right.
You know, if
Right.
you think that Mason Graham is the next Dexter Lawrence or whatever, you know, Quentin Williams, whatever, don't pass on them. You know, don't
Facts.
trade down. You'd have to have a mind blowing offer to trade down for something like that. So, like, I'm with you, Dan. I love the idea of trading down. You know, if you could trade from 7 to 10 and get an extra second or something,
Or even a
fuck,
third.
hell yeah, dude. No, I don't know about a third,
Well,
but
7 to 10, you probably get a third and a fourth.
I'm not doing it unless I get a second.
Okay. All right. Fair. Fair.
Because I'm a stubborn asshole. Okay, so
Fair.
I'm just saying, like, if you can do that and get an extra second,
What if you get a 2, but you got to give them your 3?
I would do that. I
Okay.
would probably
Deal.
do that because our 3 is like at the end, right? You know, so I would do that. But you know, personally, I would love to go back to 15 and get a first. Like I've talked about that all night. I would love, you know, if I'm trading back, if I don't have just like that A+ blue chip prospect player available at 7, let's trade back to 15, get an extra first next year, eat our vegetables this year, draft I don't know, there's wide receiver talents, there's edge talents, whatever at 15 that you can get. Um why not? You
Yeah.
know, do that. Excuse me. And then next year you're set up, you know? And let's say next year rolls around and 3 quarterbacks go in the top 5. And you had your eye on those 3 in particular, and then the let's say 2 more projected first round, but you're not really feeling those guys. You still got 2 first round picks to add talent to the team, dude. Right? You know,
What?
so even
What?
even if those guys aren't tickling your fancy, so to say, you still got 2 first round picks to work with. So, you know, or you can move up or move down. What, you know, you can move around. Like you have options at that point. So to me, like if you can trade 7 to 15, if you don't have a blue chip guy available, if there's no Abdul Carter or Will Johnson or whatever available, trade back, get that extra first. Like to me, that's perfect.
And you don't believe in the quarterbacks.
I'm not crazy about the quarterbacks, but if Cam Ward is available at 7, I think about it. I still haven't decided how I feel about that, but
Bookmark it, guys. Remember
uh,
this moment.
Shadur Sanders.
No, he's very non-committal, so he could go either way next year.
I love Cam Ward's like physical aspects.
I need a beer.
Yeah, no doubt. I love his mindset in the game. Like I love how like nonchalant he is, how confident he is whenever he's back in the pocket. Like he just like he knows he's going to make it happen. I don't love his mental aspect outside of the game. Right? That's my problem with Cam Ward. Shadur Sanders, I'm just I'm not crazy about him, period. I could see a world where he's going to be successful in the NFL. You know, it helps having a Hall of Fame dad that can kind of show you what to do, how to approach things, the ropes, whatever. but I don't love him as a prospect. And Dart is not a first round quarterback, guys. Like he's just not.
And
Second,
someone may
I'd say second.
take him there.
Huh?
Someone may take him in the first round because teams are desperate for quarterbacks.
Worst case scenario, they'll like see if I'm Cleveland and I have pick number 2. Give me Abdul Carter, and then I'll take a quarterback. I'll take a quarterback at 34. Why would I take a quarterback now and a subpar stud? Like that's what I do.
And why can't they? I mean, everyone's assuming they're not, but why can't they re-sign Jameis?
They could. They benched him towards the season, though.
True.
They did. They did bench him for
that. That does kind of cause some. Is Jameis even going to want to re-sign with him at that point? I don't know.
I don't think he's got a lot of suitors, so he's going to sign with who will pay him, and that might be the Jets.
You know why I don't mind him? Because like I think this locker room could use him next year. Like I don't think like I'm sorry, but I don't see a above 500 year ahead. So like a positive guy, like honestly guys, we should develop hobbies next regular season. That's what I'm trying to tell you, but um it's a good guy to have because he will help a culture build and keep vibes not in the pits of hell. But I don't know. I mean, look at Cleveland. It could have been a shit show, right?
Well, it kind of was.
Well, in the locker room, yeah, I guess when you Miles
that
Garrett,
Deshaun Watson trade might go down as the worst trade of all time.
It really might.
it's got to, man. How does it
If you
not?
factor in the extent, like the contract,
Guaranteed money.
everything with it, like my God, dude, that put Cleveland went from like a 10-7 consecutive, like consistent team to what did they win last year? 3 games, 4
And
games?
they said goodbye to Mayfield because of it, right?
Yeah, and then Mayfield's in the playoffs last year. He had a really good season. I mean, if you look at his stats,
Great season.
yeah,
Great season.
crazy, dude.
The Trey Lance trade was another one.
Did you guys see the what ifs? By the way, and this will probably be our last thing here. I don't know if you can read this, but I can read it to you. The what if moments of the New York Jets. These are the top 15 what ifs from Jason Klein, and I thought it was a really good list. What if Bill Belichick never resigned as our coach? Number 1. Number 2, Vinny Testaverde stayed healthy in 99. Oof. How about Aaron Rodgers stayed healthy in 2023? That's a good one. Peyton Manning came out of college the first year I was a fan, 97, and he went to the Jets first overall. What would have been? What about the Dolphins covered the field prior to the 1983 AFC title game, Scott? Mo Lewis never hit Drew Bledsoe. I don't believe that would have made a difference, but
Tom Brady at some point was going to overtake him.
Facts. Drew bled so much he couldn't play the next week. You know that?
Yeah.
Clever.
The Jets took Marino over Ken O'Brien.
I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, Scott doesn't want to hear that.
I'd be on some Dolphin show right now if that had happened.
The Jets kept Sam Darnold and traded the pick used on Zach Wilson. Slid
Yeah.
back.
That should have happened.
The Jets held a 10-0 lead in the 1998 AFC title game.
We've been hearing about that one recently.
Yes, we have. Aaron Glenn himself.
Yep.
How about if Mark Gastineau didn't rough Bernie Kosar in 1986? Scott, does that one ring a bell?
Yeah, because O'Brien was quarterbacking. They were moving on in the playoffs without that freaking play.
That's the top 10. And tell me later if you think these should be reordered at all. Chat as well. What number 11? If Favre never tore his bicep in 2008, oh my god, that one hits home for me.
No, he still would have thrown a bonehead interception to end the game at some point. That very, very critical.
What if Chad Pennington had stayed healthy through the course of his career? Yeah.
That's one that hits to me.
Okay.
That hit. I feel like Chad was a dude. And Chad came from Marshall. Marshall's in West Virginia, so I was a big Chad Pennington fan.
Fair.
Damn, dude, he tore his shoulder twice.
What if the man in the glass told Bill Parcells to stay after the 99 season? Okay, number 14. What if the Jets drafted Patrick Mahomes instead of Jamal Adams?
Oh, God.
Well, we wouldn't have any Garrett Wilson, but I don't know.
He doesn't need him.
Would Patrick Mahomes be who he is? I don't know. I have no
And
idea.
number 15, which spurns my ass the most, probably. No, not the most, but it does. It means special to me coming from Pittsburgh myself. What if Doug Bryan hit a field goal against Pittsburgh in 2004? That's quite the list, man. Thoughts?
Was that
I should have read them backwards, so I apologize for that. But do you think Bill Belichick never resigning is number one? Because I think Peyton Manning is number one.
Mahomes is a pretty big one.
Clancy said that game in 04 was crushing. And for me, too, I was like a freshman or a sophomore in high school in Pittsburgh, pretty much. Working at a pizza shop. I can remember it to this day. And like Doug Bryan, I little did I know then that I would never forget his name for the rest of my life.
I remember I missed a 49er.
I wonder about the Marino over Ken O'Brien. Like I wasn't I was too young. I wasn't a fan back then. So were we good enough if we had a stud quarterback to win a championship? Scott, don't answer because I know you're.
They had a stud quarterback, Murph.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it was coming.
Led the NFL in passing at least 1 year.
Scott, which one bothers you? Which one do you think was the most detrimental?
Out of all 15?
Well, yeah, because I only ask you because you saw them all. Murph and I, we saw a good 10 out of 15 or maybe even half, but like you saw them all. What do you think? What was the most boneheaded? We want sap. That's not even on here. But like most detrimental.
Well,
Because I was thinking I was thinking Peyton, he could have played 20 years here. That would be more impactful, but I don't know. What's Belichick without Brady kind of thing? But talk to me.
See, I don't buy the what's Belichick without Brady stuff, because he was the one that had the balls to draft Brady. He was the one that basically trained him. No Diddy.
Did he have the say so back then though? Like that was
I
early.
think I think he did, and he had the balls to leave him as a starter. I will admit, I think um, his player or prospect judgment started to wane later on, but I don't think you can argue with him as a coach, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And who knows? Maybe if he's with the Jets, they draft Brady.
In the 5th instead of the 6th, right?
I mean,
Yeah, I mean it's possible, and I don't want to take away from Belichick. Like he was a good defensive coach. Like he won a Super Bowl as a defensive coordinator, so like I'm not going to take away from the guy, but like I think if you throw a wrench into the mix, like things change or totally different. You know what I mean? Even
Seeing
if
that,
he's our even if he's our head coach, who's to say that he's gonna draft Brady? Like maybe he's got a scout saying like, no, he's terrible or something. I don't know.
hey,
do you think Belichick ever listened to anybody outside of himself?
maybe he has those
You think
scouts
I
in.
listen to you, Scott?
Maybe hey, what? Who's to say that he doesn't have those scouts in New York?
Yeah. And
And
he
that's
won. Didn't he win more than one before New England?
I don't know. I'm not
At
sure
least
to be
a
honest.
couple with the Giants.
Oh,
Anyway,
see,
that
that's why,
that one. There's Manning and there's Mahomes for me.
and that's why I go Manning because I feel like that's one of the few that would have been irrelevant to location. Like I feel like Peyton would have been successful no matter where the hell he was. But instead, I as a teeny bopper little Jet fan, got Keyshawn Johnson. Throw me the damn ball.
Here's the thing about the Marino. He won as many Super Bowls as O'Brien did. With Don Shula, I don't know.
He was damn good. Like, don't get me wrong, I like
Great.
watch.
He
Yeah,
was. He was great, but he never won a championship. And isn't that what half the world or more wants to grade a quarterback on?
well, what if he had the 80 sack exchange? Hey, not me. New York Jets super fan wants to know.
He had the killer bees. And I don't think yeah, I don't know, dude. I mean, who knows? Who knows?
That's
I
a
don't
good
I don't
comment.
I don't believe that Belichick couldn't have won without Brady. I don't believe that Brady couldn't have won without Belichick, because obviously he did. Patriots were a dynasty. Let's admit it. They were built from top to bottom, special teams, offense, defense, and Brady was just kind of a game manager guy early on. Wasn't like there was an offense that was lighting it up. They ran the ball and played defense.
Can I put a number 16 asterisk? What if the Jets stayed put in 2009 and took Josh Freeman instead of Mark Sanchez? Then Rex Ryan has a ring in '08 or '09. You heard it here first, folks.
Mm.
Hey,
You
go
Was
Dane,
back
probably better than Sanchez, to be honest.
those
Dane, you
first two
found some of that.
years.
Dane, you found some of that good Oregon shit, didn't you?
Go back and look at Josh Freeman's first 2 years, and then get back to me.
Yeah, I
Did
mean,
he ever win a playoff game?
would he
I,
have been clutch as Sanchez? Because that's one thing I will always give Sanchez. Even though he was not a good quarterback,
Yeah.
he was clutch. When it came to the playoffs, he played better out of nowhere. Like he would go from a fucking 53 completion percentage throughout the career, his like year, and then in the playoffs he would have like a 68 completion percentage. Like he would go from having uh, 18 passing touchdowns to 15 picks. And in the like his first playoff game, he would throw for 3-1 or something. You know what I mean? Like he was a different guy in the playoffs, so I have to give it to him. You
yeah,
know,
and I don't think that
but
Josh
Freeman
Freeman
have done
helps. I don't think he. Well, even if he did, I don't think he beats us. I don't think he beats Pittsburgh um, in that game. Or who knocked us out the other year?
Hey, okay, Dane, here's number 17.
Okay.
What if the Jets had been patient with Pete Carroll?
Oh, that's a good one too. That is. That actually is. Um, I don't know, man. I
Well,
don't know.
yeah,
Would you move it higher than 17?
I'd have to go kind of
Back
look
through the
at
list.
kind of read some stuff again. But I mean, that's hey, he got it done later.
The Colts. The Colts. Thank you, Clancy. I wasn't. These guys. These guys are hammered. What are they doing? Yeah, the Colts knocked us out. Damn it. Fuck.
yes, guilty as charged.
New York Jets superfan is not happy with you, Scott. By the way, do not compare
Hey,
Brian to Marino.
I never compared them. All I said was, oh, hold on, guys. All I said was Marino and him won the same amount of championships. I'll be back.
Who found that Oregon Kush?
Okay, so to be fair to Scott, a big reason as to why Scott is even a Jets fan is because of Ken O'Brien. Scott has roots that connect to Ken O'Brien. I think his dad might have coached him or something. I don't know. And Ken O'Brien wasn't a bad quarterback. He wasn't. Like to be fair, he's probably like our third best quarterback ever, right? Like is it Namath, Pennington, Ken O'Brien, right? Probably,
Don't
roughly.
ask me. I like Vinny
Um,
Testaverde, but yeah.
yeah. Well, he played for us for what 2 years? I mean, I don't.
Uh,
You
yeah.
got to give
Anyways,
me at
go ahead.
least 3 or 4. Come on.
Go ahead.
Um, so to be fair to Scott, Ken O'Brien's his guy, so he's a little. I don't want to say biased, but that's his guy. Uh, Marino never as good as he never did it, man. He never won a Super Bowl. He never got it. And they had some good Dolphin teams. It wasn't just him. They had some good teams. So they always came up short, and part of that is on him. Part of that is on the team. Part of that's on the coaches. But if we had Marino, we'd probably at least have some more division championships. I'd say, right?
Murph, you want to read Jesus Jerry's comment here?
Or if we came out firing, dude.
I knew you'd like that one, brother.
I watched that game with a good buddy of mine. His name is also Daniel, also born in July of '91. Weird, I know, but he's a Steelers fan. We beat them earlier that year Like we beat them earlier that year, and that's why I hate it when we beat a team early in the year because it makes me scared that if we play them in the playoffs later, we're going to lose to them. Because if it happened to us with the Steelers, we came out flat as fuck against the Steelers, dude, and it drove me absolutely nuts because we were the better team. We were. I will fight anybody on that. We were the better team that game, and we came out flat as fuck for almost a half against them, and we didn't have enough time in the second half to make the comeback, right? And that's something that drove me nuts because then the Steelers turned around and did the same exact thing we did to them against the Packers. They came out flat as fuck against the Packers and couldn't come back from the deficit, and it pissed me off because we were better than the Steelers and we were better than the Packers. I don't give a shit what anyone says that year. We were better.
Didn't the Packers shut the Steelers out earlier that year? I mean, the Jets.
They shut the Jets out 9-0. It's not like it was a blowout. I mean,
Hey, Murph, and back to something you said earlier. It wasn't a big reason I was a Jets fan. It was the only reason I became a Jets fan. O'Brien.
I didn't
know
want to
shit
commit
about
to
Jets.
all that.
And the shitty thing was, you never got, for me, I never got to watch them play. I get to see a box score in a newspaper, but never did I get to watch the Jets play.
That sucks.
That's the way it was back then. There was no package. If they happened to be on TV, you got to watch them. But they were, it was, for me, it was the 49ers and the Raiders and one other game. And then whatever Monday Night Football was.
Number 18. What if the Jets didn't draft a quarterback in 2025?
Oh, we're looking in the future.
Oh, that would be shit, man.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts, guys? I think we're all about toast here. The chat did pick up a little bit the last 10 minutes. I appreciate you guys. Hit the like button. Hit the
It
subscribe.
always does.
Bro.
It always does, Dane.
I called it a midnight rush. I think it's a 1 a.m. rush. Now look at that. Look at that special stuff there.
Yeah, for Murph it is. Yeah, not for us.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, 111 Murph, make a wish. Are those milk thumbs?
Is it really that late?
Oh, there you go,
Oh,
Murph.
there it is. There it is.
There it is. Giving us what you're going to give your old lady tomorrow night, huh? Fireworks.
I got to find one first.
Well,
Okay.
Saturday night's a good night to do that, Murph.
So, like I said, Chaos next week. Dom C after that. Dude, we got Combine coverage. We're going to be getting into free agency coming up. If you have a question for Jets Chaos, think of it this week. You'll have it. You'll have the opportunity next week to ask it. What if Namath didn't guarantee a win and sell his soul? Does the curse exist?
And the Jets would have as many championships as the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, good point. We might be worse off. Never thought of that. Cheers, gentlemen. Hell of a good stream again. 4 hours seems to be.
Do us a favor.
That's what Scott just said.
I mean, did he do us a favor? Or did he do us did he fuck us over by doing that? You know,
Dude, as many bad occurrences have happened since then, I can't imagine things could have been worse.
I don't know. Would we have ever won one?
That's
I see what you
I'm
mean.
saying, Murph.
I see what you mean there.
Championship's not
You know,
easy.
It's possible we could have won 2 or 3 by now.
It is. But you know what? Let's just take the one and be happy.
But I didn't get to see the one.
No
Neither did
fucking
I.
doubt. Jesus.
But
Hey.
guess what? You can still say, "Hey, fuck you, Bills fans. We got it." Yeah.
You're right. You're right. We need to get rid of this drought, I guess, so that they have nothing. They have nothing to say.
That's not good enough for you, Dane. Don't go back on that now.
Hey, if the drought has to be 20 years, but then we'll win 2, what say you?
I'll take
Or
it.
I mean number 2, not 2 in a row, but like you win one.
No. I don't know about that.
Oh, okay.
That's different. If
Okay.
if we go 20 years straight with no playoffs, and then we go back,
Yeah.
and
6
go
more
back to back
years.
Super Bowls. Fuck yeah, dude! I'll take that shit. But
Dude, in an age where we celebrate Super Bowl wins for like 30 days maximum, I don't see why a 14-year drought matters. I just don't. Like, all that matters is what's in front of you.
I see why it matters.
And I'm trying to get to the next one faster. And I think that if you slow your roll in 2025, you will get there faster.
Well, it's gonna a lot's gonna depend on how all these new hires are. It could be a flop. It could be great. We don't know. We'll see.
Hey, I think that's a good place to leave it. Cheers, guys. Have a good Valentine's weekend,
Water now,
everyone.
Bert. Sorry.
oh, jeez Louise, Scott, what are we doing?
I had a baby bottle.
Oh my
I
Baby.
god!
got a buzz though, if that matters.
I still
Hey,
got-
good luck, Scott. Good luck on Monday.
Oh, thank you.
I only went through like half of it. Not quite.
Dang, Murph. I tried to find some of that blackberry. I was gonna match you. They didn't have any though. Oh,
Kind of tough to
Dane
find.
just shut us down.
No. You're good. Go ahead.
No, that's all.
Hey, like the video. Happy Valentine's to you guys, and the chat as well. There you go,
Well,
Murph.
Yeah, all you guys. I can't do that, Murph. I don't have superpowers.
Not everybody can be the modicum of perfection. There we
I'm
go.
a caveman, dude. Get me off a computer.
Have a good night, guys.
All right, you too.
Love you guys. Have a good
Good night,
night.
fellas.
See ya.
I love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. Jets, Jets.
We can't all be beautiful.
You're in the danger zone.